Yes, Stephen. Hello. Hello. How's it going? What's up? Hello. Hi. I took a few days off because I was trying to let my mouth heal. I think it's almost healed now. It's not directly in the way of my teeth. Pretty much just been sleeping a lot, trying not to make it worse. Sleep is good, yeah, but it's been boring. What happened? Oh, I have a cheek sore in between my back molars, so every time I talked it was rubbing against my teeth and getting worse, so I took a few days off stream to sleep mostly. And it's mostly out of the way of the teeth now, so it is healing. It's getting better. I've been making progress on SQUIRTLE. He's not attached yet. I have his belly part done, like the base color yellow. It's not exactly in the shape yet that I'm gonna... He's a little lopsided right now, but we'll work on that later. And I've got the tail I just made today. I'll probably make it a little less lumpy when I attach it, shape it later. Like that more. But I wanted to leave space in case I need the shell takes up a good amount of it. So now today we're going to work on the arms, maybe the legs if we get to it. So it is coming along. I also got in the pin backing for the sunglasses. It works exactly as I planned. You just slide it in, and it's non-invasive. A little lower. Boom. And then you don't need any straps or anything. It'll stay in. Magic! And you can put it as low as you want. Yeah. out good. Next up are the arms. Dun, 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 dun. I guess I should have them displayed up here so people can see. I can put them on this side of my desk. Yo. Heads will roll. Stay. It's hard to see the text. Doing all right today. Any news on the UFO front? Any whistleblowing? Any disclosing? The strawberry moon? Is it actually pink? Thanks for the sub, Jedi. Strawberry moon. Probably not colored. It's a lie. I think it's too late anyways here. It's already like 10:20 here. So I think I missed it, but it's okay. I don't really care. Doom, boom, boom. Ross Coulthart kind of called out Lou that was Zonda for possibly knowing more than he told us. I mean, that's not interesting. They all know more than they're telling us. They're just pointing fingers at each other like the Spider-Man meme. Alright, so I'm starting on the arms tonight, and I have to make 2, so I'm going to be making them at the same time. What I do on one, I must do on the other. So I gotta do their magic ring. I'm getting the hang of the magic rings. I think. Maybe. Actually, I forgot already. Hold on, let me watch my video. I might not be talking as much tonight, just in case, but I still do have the cheek lesion. It's just not as big as before. Hoping streaming and talking doesn't regress it, so if it starts aggravating me, I might start being quiet again.
Hey, friends. To close the ring. First, we're going to make a loop and place the working yarn on top of the loose tail. I'm going to bring my right hand to my left hand and place the yarn in my right hand behind the yarn in my left hand. And this is what it should look like. So you can see that the working yarn is going to be on top of our loose tail. Then I'm going to put the loop in my right hand. I'm going to take my left hand and drape the yarn over my pointer finger. Then with my middle finger and my thumb, I'm going to pinch the loop right where the two pieces overlapped. And so you should look like this now. Then I'm going to take my crochet hook and I'm going to insert it into the ring. I'm going to put my hook on top of the working yarn. I'm going to pull it through and bring up a loop. So it should look like this. Then I'm going to yarn over and pull through my loop. And that is technically a chain 1, but it does not count as a stitch when making a magic ring. Then this little tail right here, our loose tail, it gets twisted in this ring. So I'm actually going to pull this out, and it doesn't affect how to make a magic ring. It just makes it a little bit easier so it's not twisted. Now it's time to start making the single crochets into the magic ring. You're going to insert the hook back into the ring underneath both strands of yarn. Then you're going to yarn over and pull up a loop. So you should have 2 loops on your hook now. Yarn over again and pull through both of those loops. And you'll have 1 remaining loop on your hook. And that completes our first single crochet. Now we're going to repeat that step however many times the pattern states. Most, if not all of my patterns, say to start with 6 single crochets in a magic ring. So I'm going to repeat that step 5 more times.
So this is 1.
You're going to insert the hook under both of those strands, yarn over, pull up a loop. You'll have 2.
Yes, I understand now. Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 'Then we're gonna pull this. Woohoo! And we did it. First magic ring. Okay. Make a new page for my notes. Arms. Marker. Green. 6 SC and magic ring. Check. And then the orange marker. Okay, so I'm gonna make my second one now. Expecting sweatshirts by Christmas. I don't think I'll ever make a sweatshirt. Sounds boring. I like plushies. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this, and then I'm gonna pull this. Okay. And then I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna pull that out. Wow, it's really twisted. And then I'm gonna. Yeah. So that's one. Let me put my what color was that? It was green. That's the starting point. Green. Okay. Ah, stop. Just stay still. Okay. That's 2. Get back in there. Three. 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then put this here. This orange one. And then close it. I think. Yay! I did it. First try, first try. And now they are the same. Mostly. Little magic ring starting points. Okay. Sorcery. looking at here. Thank you, Jedi, for the sub. So we just did this part. Can I edit this? It'd be easier. Oh, I can. Nice. So I'm gonna do it. Check. Okay, increase in each stitch. So we're on number 2 right now. Gotta get in here. Get in that first stitch. No, still missed it. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna increase. Okay. Can I see? Okay. I think this is the second one. It's hard to see sometimes because it's so fuzzy. That's okay. So. Did I do this right? 5, 6. No, I think I did. This would be 5. I think. Shit, now I don't know. 1, 2, 3. I believe so. I don't think I missed one. I'll do the other one and make sure it looks the same. The purple. This one. Too many of them. Get out. Okay. Starting is the worst part, I feel like. It's hard to see. I know this one's correct. Let me see if the other one is. I might have miscounted somewhere. Yeah. Okay, let me... Maybe I missed a stitch somewhere on this one. Let me redo this one. Thanks for some freaks for gifting a sub. Purple on this one. So to take it out, and then do like this. Might have to redo this magic ring. I messed it up. It's okay. That's okay. It's just practice either way. Let me cut this edge off. Redo it! It's very soft. The other one turned out great. I miscounted somewhere in this one though. Let's see how fast I can do it though now. One. Put my marker in. Ah, stay. It's 2. 3. 4. 5. And 6. Okay, so let me put another marker in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then pull this one tight. Come on. It's being annoying. It's pulling part through, but the yarn is getting stuck. Come on, piece of shit yarn. I hate when this happens. It's like getting caught. It might break. Fuck you! It was a beautiful magic ring. It's stuck now. Okay, you're coming loose, but you're not tightening now. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Fuck you! Okay, make the stitches less tight. We're getting in lots of practice. Oops, I don't want this one to... Thank you for the subs, Orion. Yeah, it's getting twisted. Pull this out here. Okay. Whoop. One. Okay, put the green in here. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. Okay. Try it again. Hopefully it doesn't snap this time. Here we go. All right. Now try the next row. So it's 1, 2. 3. 4. 6. Okay. There. One's a little tighter, but it's okay. I made one tighter. Do I want to continue? I'm sure it'll even out later on. Or do I want to make it tighter? I know I have the right stitches though. I'll make it a little tighter. I know I have the right count at least. Yeah, I gotta be careful that I don't undo too many here. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're saved. Make them a little tighter. Yep. Come on. Get out of my way. There we go. Okay. Is this the same size now? Yes. Alright. That's better. Purple. Thank you for the sub, Chad Lamar. Mew? This one's gonna be Squirtle, but Mew will come eventually. Okay, the worst part is done. Fucking magic circles. Squirtle is a fat boy. Look at that fat boy. He's gonna be fat. Fat. Mouth is hurting a little. He's not fully stuffed yet. It's just This is not sewed on. It's... I'm gonna shape it later. Mouth numbing gel. Ugh. All right, we watch something, I guess, while I'm doing this. Ugh. It's so gross. I had bookmarks somewhere. I didn't watch this yet. I wanted to.
All right. Welcome to the Temple Mount Al-Aqsa room.
The beams you see in this room were dated to the First and Second Temple period, and they came from just half a mile away from here, from the Temple Mount. We believe the footage we're about to show you is so important that we've decided to release the video in its full, immersive, and mostly unedited form, because we have been granted a rare access to a museum built in 1938. A museum that is no longer operational or open to the public, and may possibly be destroyed soon unless action is taken. Please watch this video carefully, because the items that we will show you here might possibly be never seen again. Items such as the First and Second Temple period wooden beams, 2,000-year-old Roman artifacts, Crusader relic that was taken from the Holy Sepulchre Church, just sitting here, no protection, and proof of an existence of an ancient 6,000-year-old civilization, but not the kind that we learned in school about. This civilization was highly advanced, a civilization that has suddenly vanished from the face of the earth. And at the very end, we expose a plan that intends to take all these artifacts away and convert this piece of history into a luxury hotel. To make it easier to navigate through the video, we've added chapter markers in the timeline in the description below. Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, we are by the old city of Jerusalem. Behind us are the walls, and right in front of us, a place that we've been trying to get to for years. A place that had been shut down for public access. A place that you couldn't normally film, but somehow, by God's grace, today we got an opportunity, a rare, almost I want to say exclusive access to go and film one of the rarest finds from the British Mandate time. The building and everything about it is going to be just absolutely mind-blowing. And today we're joined by also Jose, our camera crew, and Steven. And today with us, Dr. David Gurevich.
Hi!
He's going to take us through the Rockefeller Museum, a historic building that has, what does it have, Dr. Gurevich?
The most important archaeological discoveries found in the region before 1948, and then at the Jordanian side of the country until 1967. So we have here findings from Megiddo, findings from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the reliefs of the Holy Sepulchre, findings from Jericho, findings from the Temple Mount, and of course the museum itself, its building, is an incredible piece of art.
So the Temple Mount findings. This is actually why we wanted to come here for so many years. Because a few years ago, we've done an episode about the Temple Mount, which is right here, that they found their beams with decorations, and they did then the chronology. They dated them to the Second Temple period, and we understood that some of those findings and artifacts are in this museum. Is that true?
That is true, but I would like to surprise you because some of these beams are even earlier.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, before we go in, sweetheart, can you read this? What does this say?
Yeah. It says حكومة فلسطين دائرة الآثار القديمة. This is the translation of it behind you, by the way.
The Government of Palestine Department of Antiquities.
Yep.
As a tour guide, I used to bring tourists here, and they were all amazed about this museum and about the space here. But unfortunately, 2 years already, it is closed. And it's not only that it's closed for tourists, it's also closed for scholars. It's really difficult, if you are a PhD student, to get access in order to study the materials. You need to submit special permit and so on. Now, there are several attempts to save the museum. Definitely, as far as I know, Israel Antiquities Authority would like to keep the museum for the legacy of archaeology. Also, Israel Museum, who is responsible for the curatorship of the museum. But unfortunately, we are lacking the funds. And somebody in the government has to allocate the funds. We're not speaking about such big sum. As far as I know, we're speaking about up to 10 millions a year, which is nothing.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at this entrance. This is amazing.
This is so cool.
It looks like an entrance to a castle, right?
Yeah.
Now have a look, something really amazing. Before you enter, first of all, where you are, right? You are overlooking Jerusalem, but you are not really above it. You are aside of it. And the idea of the architect was to create that space just near the old city where all the civilizations can share together their culture. So what do you see there? Right at the entrance, you see a relief where you see Asia on the right side, Africa on the left side, and a tree that symbolizes the Holy Land, the land of Israel.
Is that the olive tree?
Palestine, yeah.
Interesting.
Wow. We have original signs, right?
Yeah.
From the Mandate period.
Yeah.
And have a look that the signs are in different languages. Like there are 3 languages, clocks. In Hebrew, in archaic Hebrew, it says Malbushim. Nobody says it today in this way, right? It's very archaic. And over there you have in Arabic. Shalom lecha. אני תיאמתי כניסה עבור היוטיוברים שלנו שמצלמים פה.
תיאמת עם רשות העתיקות?
בוודאי, כן.
Good morning. Thank you, sir.
It's so incredible because what you're doing here, you're not only touching archaeology of ancient times, but you're also touching the history of this country 100 years ago.
Yeah, I want you to go through the gate, please.
All right.
Tickets.
Tickets.
Hey guys, we've decided to do something exciting.
That's right. This October, we're coming to Washington, D.C., and we'll be hosting the biggest community gathering we've ever done at the Museum of the Bible.
We actually went there last month and it was incredible. We would say it's the next best thing to being in Israel. And you'll get to explore some of the most important biblical artifacts in the world, including the actual Dead Sea Scrolls brought all the way from Israel. And there's an entire floor filled with ancient artifacts on loan from the Israel Antiquities Authority. But more than that, you'll be able to walk through a reconstructed Nazareth and experience what life was like in the time of Jesus. And our favorite part, you will get to see and read some of the oldest Bibles and manuscripts in existence.
It's going to be a 3-day event, and it's made possible by our partner Inspire. They're the official tour company at the Museum of the Bible. They will split us up into smaller groups and provide guided tours for each group. And Sergio and I will rotate between the groups throughout the tour so we can all spend time together.
And speaking of spending time together, we'll be using the museum's state-of-the-art theater, where we will all gather together for a night of worship. And in addition, you'll also get to go on a monument tour with a few optional activities like the Library of Congress tour.
But remember, space is limited, so make sure you sign up soon before spots are filled up.
And one last thing, After the event, we invite you to join us on the streets of Washington, D.C. to hand out gospel tracts and share the good news together. But this is totally optional and only for those who wish to join.
To find out more information, go to our website, snrisrael.com, scroll down and tap register to see the full details. The link is in the description below.
We really hope you'll be able to join us this year.
We can't wait to see you there.
I like the accents.
All right, and here we are in the vestibule. The museum itself, have a look. Here we have the model.
This is the compound we are in right now, right?
Exactly, yeah.
It's actually very beautiful.
We are right now under the tower, right? Here, the idea is to make the different cultures live together. So have a look. Here, we'll have the reliefs of the Holy Sepulchre. So this one is dedicated to Christianity. Here we have the beams from Al-Aqsa, so that is dedicated to Islam. Here, in present time, we have findings from different synagogues, ancient synagogues, so Judaism. And this octagonal hosts findings from ancient Egypt. So 4 cultures, right? But actually have 10 cultures, and very soon when we get to that incredible courtyard with the pool, we're going to speak about the different cultures, yeah. Now, this is a real, I would say, secret place that many people do not aware of, because this place looks like a real palace. I just want you to have a view from here to see what we are speaking about. Wow.
Whoa! I can't believe this is real.
Pretty.
I feel like I'm in the movie set.
Now, what you see here is a salute to the Islamic culture. It tries to simulate the Islamic palace Alhambra in Spain. You have a pool with a lion and a gargoyle that give the water, and at the end, right, you also have a small fountain, right now not functioning, in a room decorated with Armenian ceramic.
I can't believe this is built in 1930s. I feel like I'm transported into a way older period than this.
Now, the purpose of this courtyard is not only to be beautiful, but also to host archaeological findings that are large, that cannot be hosted in the galleries, like what you see here around, and we are going to speak about a few of them in a second.
Okay.
Even before we speak about the findings, have a look on the reliefs, right? Each one represents a different civilization that ruled this country. Over there, you see? The Canaanites, right?
Yeah.
And you see Egyptians, and the Phoenicians, right? And the Mesopotamian civilizations, Crusaders, Muslims, the Byzantine time, Roman Christians, right?
Canaanite? No.
Romans,
Romans?
yeah, the Capitolian wolf.
Okay, what is this foot right here? That looks so interesting.
Part of an ancient sculpture.
Roman?
Probably, yeah.
So you said there used to be a catalog documenting each item here.
Yeah. So this one is from Ashkelon, right?
Oh, this?
From Ashkelon. Probably it was a part of a bigger sculpture, and we have a few kind of foots of that kind that found around the country. Usually when a sculpture falls down, right, the foot, because it kind of projects from the sculpture, breaks out. So you can imagine how big was the sculpture, right?
Wow. How old do you think this is?
It's a 2nd or 3rd century, yeah.
What?
Common era, yeah.
That's crazy.
This is nearly 2,000 years old. This is insane.
I wonder if it was somebody's particular foot, because like the toes,
Yeah.
you know how people have different toes?
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's like this is actual toe of someone, like somebody looked at somebody's feet and sculpted, because the sculpture probably was somebody, right?
I would bet that it probably was a sculpture of a god.
A god.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
probably. Yeah.
But because if you look at the toe, that kind of reminds me of mine. You see how this little thingy goes into this, and it always, the nail gets in here, and it kind of makes you like each here. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah. Does it remind you of that, guys? You don't have that problem?
No.
All right, guys, let's go to see something really amazing here. Have a look on these capitals. These are capitals, the so-called proteolic capitals from the First Temple period.
No!
Yeah.
This is First Temple period capitals.
Yeah, and they also, not only that they are from the First Temple period, but they are common on sites of royal presence, royal architecture. So these capitals were excavated in Samaria, and another one comes from Megiddo. Wow. What do you see here, guys? What is this? What does it symbol?
Wait, are these palm trees?
Yes, it's a palm tree. And there is a new research made by my colleague, Dr. Norman Franklin, and she proved that this palm tree shape is not an accident. It was the symbol of eternal dynasty. Somebody who got into a palace would see that kind of capital and say, hey, this dynasty is eternal as a palm tree.
How do they know that this is from First Temple period?
Oh, first of all, they were excavated. There were excavations in Samaria, run by Harvard, also British archaeologists together.
This is during the British Mandate then?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And so I understand that then they would know this when they're excavating, this would be found between the layers of the First Temple period and all the artifacts of the set pottery or everything that points to that time. And so when they excavate this, it all connects to that layer of construction.
So what I wanted to show you is this thing here. Do you know what is that?
Is that a mill?
No.
Olive press?
This is part of a water siphon. It brought water to Jerusalem. It was part of the so-called high-level aqueduct that started from Solomon Pools near Bethlehem and went into Jerusalem. Probably was established during the 1st century of Common Era, or maybe end of first century before Common Era, maybe Herod, maybe a bit later. Now, the idea is that here, so that's a system that survived in Turkey, very similar idea. So the idea is that, water cannot flow up.
Right.
But unfortunately, sometimes you need to cross valleys, right? So what you do when you need to cross valleys, or you build a bridge, or if the valley is too long, it's very difficult to build a bridge to preserve the same altitude. What you would do, you make a pressure pipe like this one, you see? In such way, when water fills it, the energy is preserved. And what you would see is that, or not to see, that's how it works. Water goes down inside the pipes, right? Because it's stone, it preserves the energy and it's not going to be all broken by the pressure. And then when it gets to the bottom, it starts to climb up. We are speaking about the yellow one, the one that was shorter and higher. And my recent work actually proved where was its destination in the old city of today, which is probably the big reservoir near the upper city.
This is the first time I ever see this. I always thought the aqueducts were just, like flat and they always go down and it's exposed water, because the only ones I've seen, I had no idea they had actual pipe system, pressure pipes. That
Romans were wise.
2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Is it the same idea in Susita? Because they have smaller pipes from the mountains around?
Kind of, yeah. But as far as I know, in Susita, it's a bit later. So we're passing through one of the two galleries, right? So have a look on the way how it is built. It reminds us the Byzantine churches, right?
Okay.
Or cathedrals.
That's incredible.
The floor is made of cork, so when people walk, it would not be heard, and it would create this unique atmosphere. Also, the place supposed to be naturally illuminated. So the windows are on the top part. Here we have the remains from the most ancient periods, from the prehistory and until the beginning of history.
Are these real bones?
Yeah.
This is somebody.
from Jericho, yeah. All right, guys, please come with me. By the way, all around the museum, you can see here that the Hebrew part, right, has some kind of stains, right, or background color. That is because when the museum was controlled by the Jordanians, they covered the Hebrew script. Of course, after 1967, and the stickers that were covering the script were removed.
Ladies are downstairs.
All right, welcome to the Temple Mount Al-Aqsa room.
This is so surreal. We've done a video about this 2 years ago.
All
and
right.
I only had pictures from the British Mandate in black and white, and I can't believe we're looking at the real stuff. It's real. It's real. Everybody who said, hey, those are just pictures, here they are.
Yeah, and it's amazing that actually people can touch it. Please don't touch it,
Okay.
but theoretically, it's open, right? So the story is that in July
Crazy people can
1927,
touch
there was an
dope.
earthquake, a big earthquake that made a lot of buildings collapse. One of these buildings was the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the roof of it collapsed. Immediately there were restoration works done, and during these restoration works, some of the ancient materials that held the roof and held different structures were removed and replaced by modern and more stable ones. Now, I would say that the British Department of Antiquities used this opportunity also to preserve these materials. So what you see here are different wooden beams, decorations, different plaques from the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Now, the interesting side of it is that some of these wooden beams have writing in Greek.
Wait, that is Greek, isn't
That's
it?
Greek, right here. That is Greek.
And this is from Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
how
yeah, yeah.
is it that you have Greek script on a wooden beam in Al-Aqsa Mosque? How is it possible if it's a Muslim mosque, if it's built a long time ago? Why would there be Greek script? How do you explain that?
So that is the writing mentions different patriarchs or bishops from the Christian era of Jerusalem, from the before Islamic period, from the Byzantine period. And the story is probably that these beams were in the field, perhaps destruction of a Byzantine church, and what the Muslim builders did, instead of carving new beams, they went to a site of a destroyed church and collected these beams. And of course, reused them for this new building that they built.
So basically what you just said means that when they were constructing the Al-Aqsa Mosque, they would have reused beams from a nearby church structure. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, obviously you can see the Greek script and you can read it. However, in modern times, scholars were not confined by only just reading the script. They took samples from the beams and sent it to the carbon-14 analysis. And here we have a real big story, because a few of these samples came with surprising result, and the result takes us back not to the Byzantine period, but there are several beams that are dated to the First Temple period. First Temple period, I mean 8th century before the Common Era. Unbelievable. Some of these trees are cedars, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are oak trees, and it also kind of resonates the biblical story about the Temple of Solomon, right? How he brought cedars from Lebanon, right, in order to build the temple. Now, I wish we would have that carbon-14 analysis correlate with the cedar beams, but unfortunately, as far as I know, the beams that were dated to the First Temple period actually were not cedar.
So when I was reading the reports, why did it say some of them were cedar of Lebanon? Or
Yeah,
maybe-
yeah, but these particulars that were dated to the First Temple period are not,
I
unfortunately.
see, okay. I did not know that.
So, in like the biblical narrative, is it possible that the word for cedar that was used then, it's not the same that, or because sometimes the Hebrew wording, we don't know everything.
Is it
Could it be
possible
like a
this
different
is-
type of cedar or a biblical cedar that today we don't have it anymore or something like that?
Everything is possible. Now, I think it was very surprising for the scholars to find out that these beams date not only to the Byzantine period, but there are a few of them that are very ancient. Now, what is their origin? It's open for speculations. Definitely, you can speak a lot about it. By the way, as far as I know, there are some of other beams that were removed more recently that are still located on the Temple Mount.
Do you know which ones exactly here are from a first Temple Mount?
Unfortunately not. I tried to find out, but it's very difficult to understand it from the reports.
But some of them are.
Probably, yeah.
I do have a confession. I have this extreme urge to touch, but I know I can't. But it's like it's an itch. But we cannot touch. Wait, what are these? What are these? These are standing like columns. What would these be?
So decorations, different decorations. Some of them were used actually as doors. Some of them just decorations, plaques that decorated the hall.
And so these also are pretty ancient then.
Yeah. So you can actually see that what you have here is this non-figurative art, right? Which is very, very, very important in Islamic tradition, because you cannot represent people, you cannot represent Allah, right? Now, the story is that this art originates, part of it, from decoration of churches and the different structures in the Byzantine period.
This is exactly in our video where we actually saw exactly identical drawings and structures in the decorations from the pictures of these beams that were very similar to the one church in Bethlehem and the way they had those decorations. And this is like a Byzantine church there.
What we assume that when the Muslims conquered Jerusalem, right, perhaps they wanted to use the local artists who were already excellent in making also non-figurative art, and they invited them to decorate the mosque.
It's interesting because in Islam, like alcohol is prohibited, right?
Yeah. And you see
but
grapes,
in Christianity
Yeah.
and in Judaism, I mean, the fruit of the vine is very important.
Particularly in Christianity.
Yeah,
because
we take the
Jews,
communion,
yeah.
and for the Jews, they do the Shabbat dinner until today, the same tradition. So for us, this is very meaningful.
It's hard to grasp in the mind. I've seen houses on wooden beams 300 years old. You go to Europe, you see 500, 1,000 years old. It's hard to grasp the age of this wood. Like, I didn't know wood can survive that long even.
Yeah, and some of these wooden pieces are 1,600 years old. Some of them maybe 2,600 years
crazy.
old. All these wooden pieces, like any other important exhibits here, must be preserved and must be in special preservation conditions, like special climate, special temperature, less humidity, and unfortunately, we need funds for that. Unfortunately, right now that's the struggle.
Okay, so guys, just Dr. Gurevich said, just think about this. This invaluable collection, with just wood, but represents history that dates back to almost 3,000 years ago.
Crazy.
And it's just standing here in an abandoned museum. It's mind-blowing. This needs to be preserved. And people need to come and be able to see this.
Babe, did you see? This is cool. I think those are cuts. Are those modern cuts, or were it to put here, or were
I
they
guess-
used as door posts?
I guess it's some kind of a way how you connect different beams to each other, right?
Yeah. Because some of them are smaller, you can see that they just decorated walls, and some of them had more other use. It's amazing. This is incredible.
You don't have an itch to touch it. You don't have an itch to touch it.
Wow. So in the summer, unfortunately, it's very warm here because when the British mining authorities planned the museum, they didn't have the tools to handle the hot climate. So when you come here and you get to that room with the wooden beams and other important finds that need special climate conditions, you feel that it's only a matter of time until something would damage the findings.
Just think about this. These wooden beams possibly were there when people read about in the Bible were alive and walked by. Like they could have seen, touched the same things that we're looking at, and not touching, but looking at.
Yeah.
That's mind-blowing.
And now we are entering into a Muslim palace in Jericho.
Okay.
In Jericho, there was a palace of Maya dynasty that was excavated, dates back to the 8th century. Now, that palace is incredible because contrary to what you see here, where you don't have even one piece of figurative art, that palace, which was private property of Khalif or a ruler, is all about figurative art. What's going on? And you'll see there even a few surprises you would not find in conservative Muslim families.
Oh.
These are the decorations from the Hisham Palace. The palace had a bathhouse and a divan, a place for guests. And all these, or most of these decorations come from these two structures. Have a look. You have birds, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have some kind of animals, lions.
Look at those birds. It's like pigeons or something.
Yeah, of course you have different engravings like stucco. And have a look here. What's going on here?
Oh wow, that's
Ancient Stevens.
That's not something you'd expect to find in
a Muslim palace. I didn't
in a
think
Muslim palace, yeah. So perhaps the rulers in their private space were less conservative. And even more interesting that you can see the Khalif himself standing on the lions.
Wow.
Showing his bravery.
Yeah, this is like somebody painted something. And I see like we spoke about no face decoration too, but I see like face decoration. And would this have been like on a dome on
Probably,
top?
yeah.
This is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen this level of detail dating this far back. Wow, and you guys reconstructed the arch here as well.
And have a look on these ladies, have a look on these people. So folks, 1927, right? The same earthquake that damaged Al-Aqsa also damaged the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the most important church in Jerusalem, the place where, according to the tradition since the Byzantine time, right, Jesus was crucified, the place that hosted his burial, where he resurrected. Now, the same church was rebuilt by the Crusaders. And when the Crusaders rebuilt it, it took them about 50 years to open it. When the church in 1927 was damaged, during the renovation works, the British Mandate authorities removed incredible reliefs from the doorways of the church, from the entrance. That's how it originally looked.
That's where you enter the
Yeah, and when you enter, you see, there were reliefs from the
That's not
Crusaders.
there right now.
They're not there, they are here. Wow. They are here. And that is really, really, really important art.
way.
Now, we are very, very lucky, I think, that the British authorities actually removed them in order to house them in the museum, because with the disagreements regarding the management of the church between the different denominations, I think their condition, if they would remain there, would be much worse. So 1927, British authorities made the preservation works and removed the reliefs. So have a look, you have two reliefs that are incredible, and they were made by the Crusaders in order to welcome pilgrims to the church. Now, two reliefs are completely different from one another. The first relief, the one that was above the door that you enter today, shows different events in the New Testament in the story of Jesus. It's like a comics, right? You have different events happening in the same picture.
And look at the detail of it.
Yeah. Now, could you recognize some of these events?
The scrolls, maybe?
No, the resurrection of
there's-
Lazarus.
Oh, Lazarus.
You
that's
have
the
a
two-
coffin, right? And a guy
okay.
coming out of a coffin,
Okay.
right? Over here, you have Martha and Maria.
Wiping the feet of Jesus with the hair.
Yeah. So they are asking him to come and save their brother.
Oh, and I see Jesus in every picture probably has the halo.
And you see here the triumphal entrance to Jerusalem. By the way, part of the relief does not exist, it was damaged. Palm Sunday, perhaps. And of course, what you see here is
Oh, that's the Lord's Supper, right?
exactly.
How old is this?
This is from the 12th century.
This is 800 years old.
Yeah. And this is the most remarkable piece of art from the Crusader time. My question is, when you look on it, right? So something does not really look, I would say, consistent in the story, right? Why? First of all, you have Lazarus resurrected. Then only you have Martha and Maria speaking with Jesus, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the triumphal entrance, and then you have the Lord's Supper. So we have some problems with the story, right?
Right. Yeah.
Now, the idea was to show to the pilgrims the way that they passed. When they approached Jerusalem from the east, first they would go to Lazarus' tomb, then on Mount of Olives they would speak about Martha and Maria, and then the entrance to Jerusalem and to the Lord's Supper. So this is the doorway that brought the pilgrims to that point that they reached the final destination of their journey. And perhaps it also resonates with the verse in the Gospel of John, I am the door. Whoever passes through me will be saved. Now, contrary to that, wow, what's going on here?
Whoa.
You have girlands, right, with different demons.
Well, that's weird. Is this a demon?
Different, some kind of creatures. You can see there are also
Wait, this is also from the same place?
from the same place. There is a centaur here, right?
Oh, yeah. Centaurs.
A
with a
pagan
horse,
centaur.
half a
Yeah,
horse.
yeah.
Wait, this was from the same church,
From the
place?
same church, the second doorway, nearby, just nearby.
That makes no sense right now.
No sense. And this is symbolizing, if that is heaven, right? The other relief symbolizes hell. Or not only hell, but
That's
also
goosebumps, actually.
It's like good versus evil.
exactly, and it comes from the tradition of the medieval books of Bestiarium, describing the different mythological creatures that are common in the East.
This is so crazy. But think about the idea. You got enter through the narrow door, and you got picture of heaven, abundance, order, things with Jesus in the church, and then you've got the almost like a mess of chaos. And what looks like almost like
it's called chaos. Yeah.
Does it also looks like a little snake going through around, or whatever, some kind of web of something?
Yeah.
Almost looks like I'm thinking of the Dante's picture of a presenter of hell, like something just insane, and that's wow.
Yeah, it's also kind of compared to the Tower of Babel.
Yeah. What's mind blowing to me is we're looking at one of the most incredible pieces of art
From the 12th century.
from the 12th century, and this is real. This is not. Is this the original?
This is real. This is the heritage of this Western civilization.
It's not a replica. This is original. There's no glass. Where's the glass? So I don't touch it.
Yeah. They actually used to have glass 2 years ago, and then one day I come here, I had special permit to see, there is no glass. So I checked with the IA, what's going on? They told me that it's in the present state, it's better to be conserved without the glass because the glass creates some kind of, microclimate inside.
No way. That's interesting. Okay, so there's a reason why there's no glass to preserve it even better.
But, people can touch it, and they should not.
They should not touch it.
Because when you touch the stone, probably the oils ruin it, and over time you can diminish the details.
Mind blown.
This is the first Iron Age. The first Iron Age would be David.
David, is this from time of the Israel?
First temple.
kingdom?
Yeah,
First
temple period.
Wow, what is this bathtub? Wait, it says Tel Abu Hawan pottery bath with 4 loop handles used probably as a coffin.
Guys, a few interesting findings, and definitely it's impossible to speak about everything. As you can see, there are numbers here. They used to have the catalog of items, and there are thousands of numbers that each catalog relates to a different number. You can see on top the photographs of different sites that are hosted here. Now, I would like maybe first of all to show your audiences these ceramic vessels that come from different Philistine sites. These are the Philistine vessels, Philistine ceramic, that they imported the motifs, right, from the Aegean world.
Like Kaftor and
exactly.
I think in the Bible it says.
Kaftor is Crete, yeah.
So these are the biblical Philistines. Wow, look at that art. I mean, somebody did that.
It's amazing. What, 3,000 years ago?
Look, these have like birds. This one has an eye. It's incredible. Ancient tic-tac-toe.
What you see here is the famous hoard of ivory that was found in Tel Megiddo. Now, probably the last Canaanite king of Megiddo collected ivory pieces. And there were over 380 pieces found in Megiddo in his palace. For instance, this amazing ivory box. Maybe for jewelry, maybe for something more precious. So with this beautiful lions, right? Have a look at all these different plaques. Probably they were used in order to make decoration for furniture. Now, if you remember, Prophet Amos in the Bible speaks against the wealthiness of the kingdom of Israel, and he compares them to the cows of the Bashan, which are very, very fat, lying on ivory beds. Now, ivory is very, very precious material in ancient time, and the fact that you have such kind of collection is incredible. Now, it was found in the Canaanite palace in Megiddo. Probably the guy simply collected these items.
Look at all the jewelry.
Wow, look at the jewelry. Hey, that's gold, right?
Yeah. This looks like my grandma's
Jewelry.
jewelry.
Well, that tells you sometimes not a lot changes. This looks like a golden leaf.
Golden leaf. This is insane.
Needles? Look at the needles. That's incredible, actually.
You have different epigraphic materials from the first temple period.
Wow,
That's
script.
Hebrew.
Yeah, ancient Hebrew.
Ancient Hebrew. That's pictographic.
I've never seen ancient Hebrew in real life, like an actual original one. This is the first time
Have a
I've
look
seen
at this
that.
one, right? This is one of the Lachish letters.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, is this when they
That's what
use
we-
the
yeah.
pottery to write notes on them sometimes?
Ostrakhan.
Yes, exactly.
This is a real Ostrakhan. Wow, is this a skeleton? Yeah. Oh, look at that.
You know what this looks like? This looks like a surgeon.
Yeah, he had a serious headache.
Wow.
But does that mean that this person was killed by a blow to the skull? Because it looks
Maybe.
like it was surgically cut.
Maybe. Now, this is an incredible sculpture of Jesus holding a sheep, right? A lamb. So he's the good shepherd, right? And it was found in Gaza. Yeah. Now, we have only a few sculptures of this kind found in the Holy Land. One in Gaza, another one found in Caesarea.
How do they know this is Jesus?
Well, that is a very, very, very typical Christian motif.
Okay. I can't believe it's just right here. And you can see even the patina on it.
Yeah.
What is this?
Canaanite time burial, yeah. But it's not the original one. That's how they show how it looked like.
That's how they found it.
Yeah. But
Canaanite.
I feel like we could spend here maybe 2 days.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
now here we have different findings from the Jewish culture. and you have different synagogues that were excavated all around the country, and you can see findings from them.
This Hebrew.
Yeah.
Shalom. Shalom.
No, Shalom al Israel. Very common thing in synagogues. This is from the 5th century. It was found. It was found in the Druze village of Osfia on Carmel, near Haifa.
What say the 5th century?
Yeah, 5th century.
This is 1,500 years old.
Yeah, 400 years old. Yeah.
And
1,400.
the crazy part is that we can still read that. I mean, that's the same script that we have today. 1,400 years old.
Yeah.
And we can just easily read that.
Yeah, by the way, in Jericho, there is a synagogue from the same period, from the 5th and 6th century, with a very similar script, where it says Shalom al Israel. Of course, today you need special permit in order to enter Jericho. It's not very safe, but I saw it.
That's so cool. Peace upon Israel. That's what it says. So that means even after 70 AD, there was Jewish presence.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. What is this menorah here? Do you know?
So we have different menorahs here, right? This one is from, as far as I remember, from Eshtamoa, from a synagogue south of Hebron, the area of Hebron Hills. And probably it was decorating the area of the ark. But unfortunately, what we have here is only this part.
And this one has a half of a menorah. Does this come
Unbroken.
from unbroken?
Yeah.
Does it come from a different place?
No, probably from the same place. It doesn't say here, This is the sculpture of Ramses III. It was found in Beit Sha'an. Now, what is doing in Beit Sha'an? Beit Sha'an
On top, they have the...
They have a tell,
Yeah.
But Beit Sha'an is located on the very reason that Egyptians were in this country, the road. The road is passing through Beit Sha'an, the road that connects Egypt and Mesopotamia. So if you want to make sure that you collect taxes, you put your people, your soldiers on the road at Beit Sha'an. If you want to make sure that no army would invade you, you would put some kind of fort post away from your country, from Egypt, on that road, and you control the road.
You know what it reminds me of? Because it has this thing, Seeds of Moses in Chorazin.
Yeah, those were probably his hands on his knees, right?
Oh, his hands were here?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Look at his sandal.
Hey, let's see if his toes are straight. You see the Egyptians had straight toes, the Romans had my toes. Maybe I have Roman heritage.
A really crazy thing in the design of this museum. They had to invent a Hebrew script. Eric Gill, the sculptor, was responsible also for the script. And what he did, so for instance, here, the entrance to the library, right? You can see this is the library. It says library, and in archaic Hebrew it says Beit Asfarim. Nobody speaks this way today. But that's 100 years old, right? Today we'll say Sifriya. Now, in order to have the script adapted to this space, to this museum, they actually found an origin for the letters. And the origin was this inscription that was found. Yeah, it was found in Jerusalem, dates back to the Second Temple period, and it says here in Aramaic, it says somewhere here. Here they relocated the bones of King Uzziah and do not open it.
Uzziah, yeah, it says Velo lemiftach, and not for opening. King of Judah, Uzziah.
Why not to open? Was he one of the kings that was diseased?
No, because simply don't want to disturb the bones. Yeah.
So that means that the architects who built this building, when they used
the script, they adapted it from ancient Jewish inscription. Have a look. This is the alphabet as it was published. Not all letters are located on the inscription that I showed you. So the missing letters they adapted from ancient Jewish ossuaries. The ossuaries that hosted bones of the deceased people, and the names of these persons were written on the ossuaries. I used to work here on my PhD several times. It was a really special feeling. You enter here and you feel like the time stopped, like you're in time machine and you're entering this British time kind of Oxford style library. Have a look, the setting is very low. And by the way, they also used to have the archive of the Israel Antiquity Authority attached to this library, and it was really incredible time to work here. Unfortunately, today the library is located to the modern building, but you can still see how it looked like. This is the original furniture from the, most of it from the British Mandate, the original furniture of the library. Some of the new periodicals are standing here. Try to imagine what was the feeling to sit down here and work.
So when you were here, this was all full of books.
Yeah, it was full of books, of course.
The echo just disappeared.
Yeah, the
all of a
echo.
sudden.
I was
That's
just going to
amazing.
say there's no echo, probably because of these floors, right? The cork floors and the wood,
Yeah.
the furniture.
This is cork floors.
Yeah. So that's the idea of the architect to make it, kind of less noisy. So they would put cork floors, and also they used to have this catalog, right? Remember before we had the computers, there was that manual catalog with cards, right? So you would take them out and you could search. So yeah.
Wow.
And unfortunately, it stands abandoned. So, such a gem, really, such a gem.
Look at these ceilings. So you said this was one of the most complete
Libraries of the archaeology of the Holy Land during the British Mandate.
Wow.
And you can see how the time stopped.
So all the archives that we look at online now of the pictures that are in black and white and everything were here
Yes.
at the Israeli
I personally
Antiquity
looked at these
Authorities.
archives. Today, the archives of the British Mandate Department of Antiquities are all scanned and accessible on the internet.
Yeah. That's how we found out about the beams.
Yeah.
We went through the archives.
Amazing.
If you want to see the British style lecturing hall, like imagine that you are in Oxford or Cambridge and you came to hear a lecture of a professor. Ta-da!
Wow.
Of course,
This
the
is
plastic
amazing.
chairs are not from the same time.
This is amazing. Also, no echo again.
Yeah.
Some of the classes in the University of Haifa are
Yeah.
similar. Well, the
Not so
Bama looks
beautiful,
different
yeah.
now, yeah.
You studied in the
Modern.
University of Haifa?
Yeah.
Right. I was there for 9 years.
Really?
Yeah, I did all my undergraduate and graduate studies there.
Okay. Yeah. I did English language and literature.
All right. I think one of the most incredible findings is this thing. Somewhere in the beginning of 20th century, a few monks who were very passionate about archaeology went to search for Sodom and Gomorrah. And they found a town. You can see it over there, right? The pictures over there. They found a town. What they did not realize from the first place that the town is not Sodom and Gomorrah, but a town of a culture that we haven't known anything about it, that dates back to 5,000 before Common Era.
Wow.
This is the period that we call Chalcolithic period, the time that people understood how to use stone vessels in order to produce copper. So we have the first use of copper. And apparently this was a very, very, very rich period in art. So on that city, there were also paintings on the walls in that city. And the famous painting is this one. Guys, this is 7,000 years old, right?
What?
And you see here some kind of a star that perhaps was connected to a cult, to maybe procession. We don't know, simply because these people did not write. the writing literacy was still not invented. So this is very, very, very enigmatic finding. We don't know what the story of these guys, but we do find remains of their culture all around the region. So for instance, have a look, the same people used to bury in orangeries. Orangeries that look like a house. And if you go to Israel museums, they have an amazing collection of these orangeries. Some of them also have faces and very long nose. Why nose? Because the nose was probably a symbol of a human spirit. Now, when I say probably, again, they didn't write, so I can say everything. There are a lot of theories. Now, if you go to Israel Museum, you'll be able to see an incredible finding, and that finding is a hoard from the same period, over 430 copper items that were found concealed in a cave near En-Gedi, near the Dead Sea.
Wow.
Called Nahal Mishmar hoard, and the hoard is a story by itself. There are different items of different animals, different skipeters. We don't know how to explain it. About 430 items, copper items. By the way, the alloy includes arsenic. There is no arsenic in the region. They had to import it from somewhere. 7,000 years ago, they knew how to make the alloy, how to cast these items, and somebody put them together into a basket and concealed them in a cave.
Could the dating be wrong 7,000 years ago? I mean, how's they come to that?
So the story is that when they excavated, it was part of a big project to survey all caves near the Dead Sea because they were hoping to find more of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And first, when it was found, everybody was sure that we are looking on the treasures of the Temple of Jerusalem. So the items were folded into a straw, a kind of rag. And straw is organic material, so they send it to carbon-14 analysis and boom! 7,000 years old.
Could the carbon analysis be wrong?
Not so much. So it can be wrong in terms of, maybe 50 years, 100 years, but not thousands of years.
What about the conclusion of it? So the carbon, let's say, is correct, but the conclusion that it originates?
If you're trying to make it dating to the first or second temple, it can be. I'm sorry. But
could it be 4,000, 5,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
5,000 before Common Era, yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah.
So if the rug that it was wrapped in was dated to that time, could the rug itself just be older and used, but the actual relics
Theoretically, yes.
are
Theoretically, yes. But
newer?
I would say it's very unlikely that it would take the rug of 3,000 years before and put their items in that old rug, right? Also, there were findings in En-Gedi, about 5 kilometers from there, from the side of the cave, where they found a temple that belongs to the same culture.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, the unresolved story about this culture is that they suddenly disappeared. They left their houses all around the country and vanished. What happened to them? We don't know till today. Probably, maybe climate change.
The flood?
Maybe something. Maybe, no. It happened all around the country. They disappeared.
So would this be related also? There was a culture in the Golan Heights.
Yeah. The same culture. Yeah.
With
with the noses.
circles,
Yeah. With the noses and the.
Because
and
it's
the
giant. When we go to Golan Heights, our favorite places, there's just so much. There's almost like a civilization lived there.
Yeah.
What do we know about them?
They didn't write.
Could they be like the Anakim and Zimzumim and Inim of the Bible?
In the Bible writes that there was somebody living there before they came. I don't know.
It's possible that people who were in the field, had this ancient remains and said, hey, okay, what's the story about them? Let's try to explore it. Okay, maybe that's how this myth about Anakim was born. But again, we don't know what these people are, what ethnicity they are.
One sec. Okay, hold on, let me take Squirtle's glasses out so they don't get bent, falling all over. Alright, we got arms. Do. They're good size. Squirtle. Squirtle. Okay. Next, I'll be doing feetsies. And then after that, I'll be doing like toes and fingies. Okay. It's coming along. He's so fat. This is his tail if you didn't see before. Putting it back there later. Let me put this back here so I have more spice. Cap on his glasses. Out here making patterns look good. Let's see. I like him better so far than the pattern. Hopefully his shell turns out good too. This is the pattern example. He looks like this. So hopefully, to make his shell look better. I hate how they did the shell. It's so ugly. I don't know why. They make it so ugly. It's not good. I'm gonna have to make it prettier. So now we're gonna do feet, legs next. Where's the leggies? Where are the leggies and arms, legs? Ah, here they are. Leggies. Okay. I have a shell already. It's gonna be like this red brown. It's pretty.
What language do they speak? Simply because it's prehistory. We still don't have written history at that time.
So interesting.
Super interesting. And the fact that I only thought it was Golan Heights, but it's all over the
All
land,
over.
and suddenly they disappear, and they didn't write.
But they drew.
But they drew.
Yeah.
There was a culture all around this land that didn't write, but they drew.
And built.
And they built, and there were a lot of them, and all of a sudden, all around this land, they disappear. And this is prehistoric, you said. This is before writing began. My mind immediately went to, we write because we have language. But what happened before Babylon? There was no language.
The flood.
And you didn't need to write. I would assume if everybody speaks the same thing, what's the purpose of writing? I suppose writing is development of a language. So if everybody spoke the same thing, They maybe drew, but they didn't write, and then they disappeared. The flood.
Yeah.
And to me, that was like it just clicked, because in Golden Heights, I always thought that was a civilization that lived before the flood, because they got wiped out, and then even a structure on the bottom of the Sea of Galilee, and now suddenly they're all gone. But I didn't know it was also here, and they just found a drawing from that time, but no writings. And even the horde, they had metal, so they were smart. They knew how to cast metal. They knew how to build things. They knew
He
how
said
to
they knew
construct.
how to do copper from the stone, how to do that.
Yeah.
So that is pretty incredible.
I mean, that was an advanced civilization. It wasn't like some caveman. Did you see the detail of that hoard of materials?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
That is amazing to me. So I understand that this is not open to the public. People can just come and visit this museum right now.
That's correct, yeah. It used to be open to the public, let's say, 3 years ago. The moment that the offices of Israel Antiquity Authority moved to their new building in different part of Jerusalem, this place stands abandoned and closed. Israel Antiquity Authority is keeping the building, maintaining it meanwhile, but they do not have funds
I'm
allocation
not
in order to
selling
run
the
it.
plushies.
And then what's going to happen to this place?
So worst case scenario that will come here in a year, and what you'll see is that all the archaeological exhibits were taken out, and the building is being reconverted into a hotel. So try to think that all these galleries we walked in would be some kind, converted into bedrooms.
What does the academic world think about this?
That is disaster. First of all, of course, as an Archaeological Council of Israel, we are completely against it. We are hoping that people who are in charge will be able to find the funds in order to keep this legacy, because very much as the British mandate, and after the British mandate, the Jordanians, we as the State of Israel were given the sacred trust to keep the legacy of the human civilization in our region, and it must be preserved. There was also a protest of the Association of Architects, because this building, as a building itself, is a landmark in world architecture, and this is one of these sites that after they are converted to a different function, people start to think about it. Oh, what we have done? Why we allow it to happen? So right now, this is the time to fight against it and to save this building.
So what can our viewers do? Let's say somebody's watching this and saying they want to come and tour this place. What can they do to help bring this back to operation as a museum and accessible to the public?
So I think they should write to the government of Israel, to the Ministry of Finance, to the city of Jerusalem, to everyone who have the ability to keep this building, to keep this museum alive. And also, I think that's a good idea to share this video and spread the awareness.
So you guys heard Dr. Gurevich. We've just witnessed something that is so rare and no longer accessible to the public, thanks to his petition to be able to arrange this tour and to arrange the filming of it. We want to do something that we've never done before, and that is raise awareness. So you guys are watching this, and you want to come here one day, maybe 5 years, or 10 years from now, when you arrive to Israel, and you want to walk through these doors and walk through these hallways that are historic on their own, and then see these artifacts here. Follow the advice of Dr. Gurevich. Write a letter, write an email, go to the website, and you'll find the links below to petition with the City of Jerusalem, with the government of Israel, and with the Ministry of Finance to allow allocation of funds to be able to preserve this museum, so you will be able to come here and visit it. And as I understood, it's not that much funds required to maintain it, open it into operation, is it?
Yeah, well, so I don't have the exact figures, but as far as I hear, we are speaking about not really a big sum, not something that a country cannot afford.
And I think what's been happening is that a lot of people heard about Rockefeller Museum. Everybody who's touring Jerusalem, and the old city is right here, the walls are right here. They see this building, they heard about it, they said, okay, there's something cool here, but we've never been here. This is our first time visiting it. I know so many other people have never been here, and so it's kind of maybe been in the general public view a bit forgotten because it's closed, not accessible, and it's easy to put it under the rug on a table and kind of convert it to something else and maybe decommission it because maybe there's no public interest. But something tells me that after what we've seen here today, there will be public interest.
Yeah, and I would like to emphasize that if this building is going to be converted into a hotel, it will be expropriated from the public. And this is public property. It belongs to everyone. It belongs to the Israelis. It belongs to the people who are interested in human legacy in general. Everybody should have the ability to enjoy this place.
It seems to me like it's more than just knowledge for you. It's more than just this is a site or a study. It almost feels personal.
Indeed. So part of my
Goddess Amouranth, please command. What the fuck?
research is the history of archaeology. I worked very much on the
I
archaeology
command thee to go touch grass.
of Jerusalem, how it developed in the 19th century, how these first archaeologists came here and started to work. And, you know, on my research, I worked in the archives here. So it's unbelievable that such a gem can be simply lost. It would be very, very sad.
Well, and Leslie, Dr. Gurevich, thank you so much for taking us on this incredible tour, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we hope this will reopen to the general public. Thanks to the help of our viewers, if you are able to make this petition, please do, and we'll be the first one to even suggest that as well. So please check out the comments below and check out the description, and you'll find the links how you can do that. Once again, Dr. Gurevich, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
The tour.
I wonder if they communicated without language because they were telepathic. That'd be crazy. Jedi Knight, thanks for getting us up. What do I want to watch next? What do you got? Anything? Oh, what is this? Tower of Babel is back. Cult
Hey everyone,
plan
before we
to
get to this
make
week's
man
show, this is just your
God.
weekly reminder to please continue to pray for my wife, Lindsay. She is battling breast cancer right now, and we're praying for complete healing in Jesus' name. Thank you.
I'm going to present the history of the world and where they're taking us and how this all ties into occult doctrine. And if you are a Christian, you should be very alarmed about this. I think that with UFO disclosure and aliens and so on, I think that what it is that's a manifestation of this doctrine of man becoming God. But like those things are pushing a materialism and a self-seeking, what do you call it? Like in Orthodoxy, they call it apotheosis, is like trying to follow in the footsteps of God. They take it to trying to become a God. So what I'm trying to say in summation here is there's a spiritual component to all of this technology that I think it feels like we're just being led down this path. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know if we can stop it. All these other things become distractions, but I do think that ultimately the big question is going to be like, do you take the chip in the brain?
All right, today we got Isaac Weiss in studio. How are you, man?
Good. Thanks for having me on here, Tony.
Listen, are you prepared to tell the world what your real name is?
I'm taking the mask off. That's right.
I want a complete doxing situation right now, okay?
I'm sure there's lots of people that would love that.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. I think that there is a spiritual element. I'm not here I go. I told you, my brain just goes different ways. But I will tell you this. I think there's a spiritual element there's a divine protection on people's lives because we've seen a pattern over time where when we come under spiritual attack, there's attack literally like the online world manifests in our real life. People will start showing up in town. They'll start like harassing, texting phone numbers and stuff. But then there's other times where when you're not feeling that spiritual attack and all of a sudden those doxing efforts cease. And you just see these like commonalities in these waves. And so I wasn't fortunate enough that when I started out, I had the foresight to give myself a different name.
Oh, okay.
But tell people who you are, because I mean, you can even go into how you came up with that last name because it's like on the fly, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let me give those 5 to 10 minute background. And if anyone, I have been very vocal in the last year or two about trying to get people to know more about the resources from which they get their information, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of financial interests that are steering people off of the paths of things. There's just so much going on right now with the internet world that I think people need to understand where they're getting their information from. I'm not saying you shouldn't believe it or who to believe. I'm just saying know a little bit more about where some of these people come from, right? So I've got like a 3-hour episode I did about who is Isaac Weiss that I did, I don't know, a year or two ago that people can listen if they really want to drill down, which they should. But the short version is I grew up in the 80s and 90s, always interested in like the darkest side of humanity. It's just who I am. I was raised in a Church of the Nazarene, which is a sort of non-denominational Christian. We would go to church 3 times a week. I hated it. My father was a Christian. He would read the Bible, but didn't like the church environment. I don't know how much of that cue I took from him. Either way, it was like I call it like a footloose church. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening. She likes the church, right? And I'm not saying I hated it or anything, but I had a hard time fitting in because my friends were like secular. And I couldn't really like merge those two worlds together. Like I was listening to 2 Live Crew and Body Count and watching gangster movies like Menace to Society and like all this stuff and listening to Ministry and 9 Inch Nails. So like my interests were very dark. And my church friends were not into that. They listened to the rules and they were like, no, we don't go to the movie theater and we don't watch those kinds of things. And my dad was like, he was like a rebel dude. He was like, no, we're doing all those things. And he kind of laid the foundations of like, you can be a Christian and try to do the right thing while also simultaneously, kind of being a bad boy, right? Because my dad was like, he passed away in 2012, but he was kind of your quintessential alpha male back in the day. Like I like to tease him a little bit and say he invented road rage. Because I remember being a kid and like, man, because my dad was like a big dude. He was like a prison guard tattooed up and stuff. And like, someone cut him off, like, oh, that was your butt, man. I'm trying to keep my language clean here. But like, man, he would get out of the car and like go to the window. And I as a kid, I'd watch this stuff and be like, I'm scared,
Yeah.
But like my dad was just like, he was about that action, and so my point is like, I kind of was raised with these 2 influences of my parents and like, they both have their beautiful positives and negatives about them, right? So I'm raised in this church, not really liking it. And my mom was like, well, you got to go to your 16. I hit 16, I stopped going. I'm like, I'm not doing this. And it wasn't like I was like, oh, I don't believe in Christ. It was just like I didn't like the environment, right?
Same.
So I'm stewed in the sauce of the 80s, 90s, and all the things I told you about, right? My interests, which didn't line up with what the church wanted me to be interested in. I joined the military, meet my wife, and she's Greek Orthodox. And long story short, I get baptized Greek Orthodox, go through the catechism, and I actually love Orthodoxy because it had more of a mystical, reverent element to it that for me works. So, everyone has their flavors of religion and Christianity and what they like and don't like. And what I liked about Orthodoxy is like the people were very down to earth and they weren't, at least my experience of it, they weren't the same as like the Nazarene where it was like, well, you shouldn't watch this and you shouldn't think these thoughts and you shouldn't do this. And I take after my dad, more of a rebel. And I'm like,
don't tell me Nazarene, like legalistic. Is that what it's more legalistic? That sounds like what you're describing.
What does that mean?
Like legalistic, like the rules of like do's and don'ts is very strict, and we don't, because you mentioned about not going to the movie theater, and that seems like very legalistic. Like we don't do those things.
Yeah, it was so. And this was again in the 90s. I can't speak for where they stand today, but back then they didn't want us to go to the movie theater with the idea that because this is back in the 90s and the town. So I don't know what the doctrine was, but the movie theater would play porno movies late at night.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which is disgusting. We don't go and I'm like, I don't even want to go to that theater anyway. That's disgusting.
That's crazy.
So I don't know.
Clean the seats. That's the question.
They put down plastic sheets. I don't recall which element of why. I don't know if it was because they were like, well, we don't support that because they support pornography. And like, I won't go off.
I was just questioning.
No. I think these are the important conversations to have because I need people to understand who I am so that when I tell them this information that's going to shatter their minds about what the occult practitioners believe that this world is. I need them to understand I'm coming at it from a place that's not, I'm open-minded. I'm not judgmental and saying like, I don't believe this and you shouldn't either. I'm going to present the history of the world and where they're taking us and how this all ties into occult doctrine. And if you are a Christian, you should be very alarmed about this. But like so let me finish my little journey here. So for 20 years, I was very highly practicing Orthodoxy. And Orthodoxy is very intense at times. Like there's, during Lent, like the Catholics will be like, oh, I'm giving up chocolate for 40 days. And it's like, no, man, in Orthodoxy, you're supposed to, and everyone is different. You do what you can. The church is very like, they're not like going to whip you with chains if you don't do it. Like, it's your journey. It's like cheating at CrossFit or working out or something. Like it's only going to hurt you. So you decide what you want to do. And we were talking about discernment and stuff. And there is something that when I would stick to the 40-day Lenten fast, which is abstaining, it's like a vegan diet, basically. No oils, no nothing. It's very intense. And the idea is that every time you want something, you focus your mind back on God and sort of like praying for, satiation or whatever. When I did that, I for sure experienced a different world than when I did not do those things. Okay. So anyway, Orthodoxy was very powerful in my transformation journey. And I fast forward to around 2019, I became less active in the church because you get involved in the parish council and the sort of politics of the church. And that's like, in hindsight, I'm like, I wish I wouldn't have done that, because then it kind of makes you know the people and you're like, well, I don't really want to associate with these people, like kind of throws a monkey wrench in it. But I'm still like an active member. I don't go regularly like I used to. I still, do my prayers and try to stay focused on Christ and all those things. So I'm very much a Christian still, but I want people to understand that if you want to follow me, don't do that, because I'm not a good Christian, quote unquote, right? For a variety of reasons. But ultimately, that is my faith and my worldview, which the only reason I'm bringing all this up is because I think people need to understand that that's my worldview and that's how my research filters through, which my research started in 2011. I started a blog, IlluminatiWatcher.com. It was just talking about things that interested me. It was about various conspiracy theory content that I'd consumed up until that point, which was primarily Bill Cooper and David Icke.
Okay.
And I was presenting, it's a very casual thing. I just had a 2-year break before I started grad school. And I just thought, let me start a blog. And I started the blog and it gained traction. And then around later that year, a radio show out of Oklahoma contacted me. And they're like, hey, we see your blog. Because it had a ton of views. It was very amateur. And they're like, we want you on the radio show to talk about some of these wacky conspiracies. I was like, all right, cool. And they're like, what's your name? And I was like, I don't want to tell them my real name. Like, because it was a really, when you're new to the conspiracy world, it's like very dark and like, spooky.
Yes.
So I took the initials from the website, Illuminati Watcher, the I and the W, and I made a pseudonym, Isaac Weishaupt. Because that's the number one question I get. Are you related to Adam Weishaupt from the Bavarian Illuminati? No, I'm not. My name isn't Isaac. My last name is not Weishaupt. It was a stupid name. If you're getting in the conspiracy space, do not like choose the name, Manly P. Hall or something, because you're going to get all the conspiracy people who are like, oh, disinformation bot and all this stuff. Yeah. So I started this Illuminati Watcher journey in 2011. It segued into podcasting, and I've written 9 books. I'm writing my 10th one right now on Twin Peaks. And it's been a crazy journey. It was not intentional. A lot of people today will pursue careers in creating content. And that's, I was supposed to be a systems engineer. I did that for a while. And because I'm a little more introverted, I've sort of coached myself into being more performative, because you kind of have to if you want to be a podcaster now or on YouTube or socials. So like you get the Isaac version of me that's like very performative and hey, look at this crazy stuff, and then like in my real life I'm kind of a quiet dude. I don't care what people think. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. So it's kind of a weird world I live in, but like that's the gist of who I am, and the information I'm going to present today is filtered through all of that.
I can identify with that, man. I mean, and we were talking about this a little bit before we started recording. The struggle of when the camera goes on, having to turn on that, for lack of better terms in the moment, character. For full transparency, because I told you that like I have a hard time faking. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and so like today has been just a pain in the butt day all the way around, from just tons of different things going sideways. Yeah. Like even right now, as we're talking, I had to send my manager Derek to my house to do things that I just can't do right now. My wife needs done by 3:00 today. And like, he's helping me out, right? But it's just like, gosh, and then all of a sudden you got to turn on the camera, like, welcome to the show, everybody. I'm really glad you're here and I'm excited to be here. It's just like, golly.
I see why people get this weird, like MK Ultra schizophrenia, these actors and stuff. Because I don't know how you turn off your personal life and go act and go on the red carpet. And like, it's got to be a muscle that you just build up, and you probably kind of pull away from your real self eventually. And
dude, talk about fragmenting. Like, it's like they do it to themselves. They have to fragment themselves into different pieces so that they know which one to pull forward. It's crazy.
It is.
I'll tell you, so a couple things you said here. One, the orthodoxy. I don't know if people know this about me. When I moved to Tennessee, I was theologically homeless. Like and I still am in a sense. I don't fit just about anywhere. I'm obviously very Christian, but within Christianity, there's tons of these different denominations, and I had experienced some pretty just difficult situations at church once I started doing the stuff that I do. And so I was kind of butthurt about it and trying to blame people and give every excuse in the book why I'm not going to church kind of thing. And then when I came down here, I was like, okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to look for an Orthodox church. And I was like, I just, there was a beauty in it that I was like, I think this is where I want to go. And then I was telling you at dinner last night, my friend Josh, locally here, kept on hounding me, you got to come to my church, man. And I wasn't going to a church when we first came down here because like I was terrified to have to go through a process of finding a church that I like. And then when I like them, introducing myself to them and say, this is what I do for a living. Are you okay with that? Because it's a real thing. If you're going to be part of this community, then you know who you are. And so I was like, fine, Josh, get off my back. I'll come to your church. Maybe that'll get the gears turning. And the first Sunday I walked in there, my pastor walked up to me and he knew exactly who I was. He already subscribed to my channel. And I was like, interesting,
That's a good fit.
It was a good fit. And it was a charismatic church. And I grew up kind of charismatic, Pentecostal. And I was like, really pretty sure that's not the direction I was going to go with my life. And, and then I once I got in there, the people, man, they just loved on me and my family. And there was a lot of older people that for me in my position in life, I don't like hanging out with people to begin with. And so if I'm hanging out with people, like it's because I feel like there's a benefit in my own life to be around these people. And when it comes to the people at my church, they were older people, a lot of gray hair, and they loved Jesus and they were not shy about it. And they loved on my family. And I was like, I feel like if I'm around these people, I'm going to be able to gain spiritually, pick up wisdom, and learn from people who've been there before. I'm not really looking to get into a church that has a bunch of younger people or people my age. That's what my mentality was then. Yeah. I was like, I want to be around people who I can learn from. And so I just settled in at that church. And so here I am 4 years later, and I'm like, I almost went Orthodoxy, and then like charismatic's like the exact opposite. It's just like whatever, Yeah. But it's what you said about like filtering your research through your worldview, that I think is an important thing for people to understand with anybody they listen to on content, whether it's my show, your show, or everybody else's authors, like everybody. I don't care if you say you're agnostic, if you don't have an opinion, your no opinion is an opinion. You have a worldview. Everybody has a worldview. And if you have a platform that you're sharing information on, whatever that information is, it will be filtered at least at some point through your worldview. If you take sports, for example, you can't go through a ESPN broadcast over, let's say, a 6-month period without getting a sense of what the worldview is of the host of the show. It always leaks through. And so it is important that people understand your worldview and how that worldview inevitably will be filtered, or your research will be filtered through that worldview. That's just being human. And so I think laying that groundwork and stuff is important, not only for you to get that kind of out there, but for people to understand this is who you are and this is how you filter your research. And it gets dark.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go that direction with it. Do people know that we're both from PA?
We can. We can go that way if you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I find it interesting because I let's put it this way.
Caddy. Like Catasauqua, were you born in that area?
I was born in Allentown. I was
Allentown
born
Hospital?
St. Luke's.
St. Luke's?
Yeah.
I was born in Allentown Hospital.
Oh, okay.
And spent my early years in Catasauqua.
Okay.
My grandmother still lives there.
Okay, yeah. And we lived in an apartment near the airport.
Uh-huh.
And
my grandmother lived right behind the airport.
Oh, funny. Yeah, we were just down the street from it. Yeah, maybe we were neighbors or something. And I lived there till I think I was about 5 or 6, and then we moved to Lancaster, PA, and
fresh cow dung.
Yeah. Just feel a weird. There's from outside influences because I follow the embellishment of Sam, an artist, and cool, right? And
get out.
That's a hard thing for me to like them from day one. Donald Trump and talk to him. He comes, but my when he comes back, I like
small talk.
He and stuff with some
the interesting part.
I vibe with you, Jay Dye. I think he's a good people that I sort of associate with. Without that's okay.
We get here in a second, but this is a good conversation, I think, because it's important for maybe even you've been doing this for a long time, and I've been doing this for a long time. In fact, you've been in the spotlight longer than I have. I started. Dude, I started in 2017. So I mean,
I need to take notes from you, man. What the hell am I doing wrong?
Well, I don't know.
I got to get to that. I got to get to this studio. This beautiful studio.
Thanks. But you learn along the way that you're an individual that has your own perspectives, opinions, thoughts. You're an individual. You're not a mirror image of a collective opinion that you have to become. You came into a space as an individual with your own thought.
Okay.
Oh my God. Every year, the eyes of they're going to go. Second 4th of July sales,
song, and then you're like, they don't blow.
Wedding doors are being checked.
With some really important top sort of beliefs and structures, which the occult and their sort of beliefs and structures, which are kind of more of what the modern world is into, which is what they call like the path of Cain. You know, because the path of Cain is more of self-seeking and what they call like antinomianism and left-hand path thinking of trying to become a god, versus the path of Seth and trying to like be God-seeking. And I think ultimately like those are the two competing doctrines. And with the advent of the internet and social media and people chasing clout and doing this, that, and the other, because I remember growing up in the 80s and stuff, you would watch movies and the heroes were the poor kids, the Goonies, right?
Yes.
It was the Goonies.
Yeah.
Like it was all about these poor kids, and the rich people are kicking them out of their homes, and they're like, "We're gonna go find the treasure." And that every '80s movie was that. I grew up East Coast blue collar unions, and like you got to fight the man. And I don't know. I think you have to choose like your path, because today now with the 2000s you had Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian selling you on like, hey, you know what's cool? If you're like really rich and wealthy and you have all these brand name things and rap music, which I love rap music, I still listen to this day.
Yeah.
But like those things are pushing a materialism and a self-seeking. What do you call it? Like in Orthodoxy, they call it apotheosis. Is like trying to follow in the footsteps of God. They take it to trying to become a god, which is what every occultist, Aleister Crowley, and so on, try to pursue.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that with UFO disclosure and aliens and so on, I think that what it is that's a manifestation of this doctrine of man becoming God. But it goes back, like, originally we were going to talk about some of the timeline stuff of
Which
how
we still
God
can. I think it applies to this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that then. Yeah.
Do whatever you want to go right now. But I'm just saying, like, you don't need to scrap that, because I think that the timeline of the occult getting us to here is very important for us to understand. A key phrase of what you just said, which is getting man to want to become a god. Yeah. That is the history. Like you look at the Book of Enoch. There's been this constant push to ascend to the next level, and that is a long time ago that started.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that evolve throughout time, throughout technology, through, like you brought up, the disclosure into AI. It has this common thread that I think is important to pull at.
All right, let's do it then. I think so. People have to understand what Gnosticism is, and I'm sure a lot of the stuff I'm going to say today, you are well aware of all these things. But I'm going to explain it for people who maybe don't. So there was a competition back when Christ was around of what Christ's message was, who he was, and all those things. And the modern day form of Christianity is, Christ is, I'll speak from an Orthodox perspective, Christ is God. He's the Holy Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. The Gnostics didn't really buy into that. They believed in a idea that we are living in a prison planet from a false God, and Christ was sent here to try to wake us up, like the Sophia, this Gnostic wisdom goddess. So there's a Gnostic perspective that has persevered, and it's the idea, and you see it popularized with ideas. I think it's a Trojan horse to flat Earth society stuff. And it's like the simulation theory, like, oh, this is just a big computer program. And that lends itself to Gnosticism. The film The Matrix, right, which is like my favorite film of all time. Yeah. That shows you basically the Gnostic philosophy is that we're just trapped in this prison planet, and the ultimate goal is to ascend and break free and go to where the real God is, in the pleroma. And it gets in the weeds. Like the Gnostic doctrine it's kind of wild. They think that, God had these perfected opposing polarities and out in the pleroma. And one of those opposing polarities, where the Sophia goddess of wisdom was, she said, you know what, I'm going to become God too. And she birthed this entity called the Yaldabaoth. And the Yaldabaoth was this sort of...
The concept he's describing, though, does sound similar still to Christianity, where it's like we're separated from God and Satan has rule over this planet. So it just sounds like tomato to me. It doesn't sound much different. But anyways.
Heinous thing. And she was like, I gotta kick the Yaldabaoth out of here before the real God finds me, the divine, they call it, right? So she kicks the Yaldabaoth out of this pleroma, and the Yaldabaoth is just floating around the ether and is like, you know what? I remember seeing that there was a God in a hierarchy. I'm gonna create my own earth, my own world. So the Yaldabaoth creates this false prison planet and says, you will worship me, and wants to keep people ignorant so that we're trapped in here. We have to reincarnate and exist in this prison planet hellscape forever. That's how the Gnostics view this reality. And obviously there's no real way of testing that. But the Yaldabaoth sort of created the world through the demiurge. It gets into like really kind of out there stuff, not really necessary to understand the basic concepts. But anytime you see people talking about like, oh, we're living in a simulation, which a lot of the Silicon Valley technocrats have been saying, because they're behind this dark enlightenment thing, which we'll get to, right? Because they want to push singularity talk and they want to push us in this digital matrix. We got a ways to go till we get there. So the Gnostics believe that, we know the story of Adam and Eve, right? They're put in the Garden of Eden. The Christian version is that God was like, here you go, enjoy the garden, just don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and you're straight, right? And then here comes the serpent, deceives Eve and is like, hey, you can become like God. I will open your eyes. Just eat this apple from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. She eats the apple. The Christian version of the story at this point is that God, having mercy on Adam and Eve, says, oh no, they ate from the fruit I told them not to. I've now got to cast them out of the Garden of Eden. Otherwise, they're going to be basically vampires and live here forever, and it's going to be torture for them because now they're corruptible, And so God cast them out. Well, the Gnostic version of the story is that the serpent, Lucifer, comes to Eve and says, hey, you should eat the apple. Eve says, hey, God said that's the one thing I can't do. The serpent says, don't you see it's a false God, though? And she's like, no, that's God. He loved me, right? And the serpent's like, well, here's the deal. He sets up like this paradox. He's like, God says you shouldn't eat the apple of the knowledge of good and evil. Why would he do that? And she's like, well, I don't know. He just said not to do it. And he's like, well, the reason why is it's a test, right? It's either a test, and God wants you to pass the test by eating the apple and saying, hey, I pursued wisdom. Look at me. I'm going to be like you. This is exactly what you wanted, like a father raising a child. And then she's like, well, I don't know about that. He said, just don't do that. And then the serpent's like, okay, so if that's not the case, then it's a false God, and he's trying to imprison you here. And this is, you're subservient, and you're being led through ignorance. So either way isn't good then. So he convinces her to try the apple. And if you read the Bible, it says something to the effect of God has to cast them out because the serpent promised that they would be basically immortal. They would become like gods and live forever and all this stuff. Well, he has to cast them out before they eat from the tree of life because that would lock them in. And the serpent didn't lie. Like the Gnostics, like the serpent didn't lie. And the Bible kind of agrees with that. The serpent didn't really lie. The serpent said, you will become like gods. So in a sense, it was correct, but it's like any other Faustian bargain, right? There's implications, like every movie you've ever seen. There's these implications of the contract. Like the Satan is the deceiver. And he's like, hey, like you can become like gods, and like it puts her up and sets her up for this failure, and she fails, right?
Yeah.
So he deceives at the beginning. The Gnostics view this as like, no, he is Lucifer, the liberator. He broke them free from the imprisonment of this false god. And they've been trying to wake up society about this ever since, thousands of years, right? And then from Adam and Eve, you've got Cain, right? And Cain commits the first murder, the first act of violence. And in the Christian faith, we look at that and we say like, oh, that's a bad thing. Mark of Cain, he's cast out. And the Gnostics are like, no. He was pursuing wisdom, much like Eve eating the apple. He was pursuing the wisdom, and this is to be admired because he was embracing what they call antinomianism, left-hand pathism. And that's this idea that, like we talked about earlier, you've got the path of Seth, which is God seeking, following God's commandments, or the path of Cain, which is to break free from those and be self-seeking. Because and there's like this book I recommend almost every show I do. I recommend, if you want to know the occult, read Lords of the Left-Hand Path by Stephen Flowers, because he tells you all this stuff. And the idea is that the left-hand pathers, they don't view this as like good and evil. They view it as in the stream of consciousness of God, like Seth, or outside the stream of consciousness of God, which is what they pursue, because they think there's great power to be had. And this goes into a variety of very in the weeds thinking, like from Kenneth Grant. There's this idea that on the dark side of the tree of life, there's these powers through demonic entities that you can use to whatever, right? But let's not get there yet. So Cain becomes this sort of archetype of the forbidden acts of violence. And then from his bloodline, you've got Tubal Cain, which is admired by Freemasons, right? It's like the password for the Master Mason degree. And Tubal Cain is admired again because he's like this Prometheus character. He's the blacksmith that showed how to make weapons. And this is basically the early primitive form of technology. And again, it's about driving humanity towards the materialism of civilization versus like the spirituality of God and Christ and all these things. So Tubal Cain comes into the picture, and I should also point out, because symbolism is very important. I talk about that all the time. The symbolism of Tubal Cain is literally two balls and a cane. It's like 007, which we'll come up later with John Dee. But anyway, so you've got all these sort of events from the book of Genesis happening. And then from there, by reading the books of Enoch, we can talk, and I'm sure you've talked about this countless times.
Keep going, though. You're fine.
But the Watchers are these like 200, according to the book of Enoch, the Watchers are these 200 fallen angels, and you can like chime in and correct and adjust. The Watchers, they come to Earth because they want to be with the women, right? Who can blame them? I love women too. They're great. But the problem is they have to take a pact to do so. They take a cursed pact.
No turning back.
Yeah. So again, it's kind of like the Luciferian serpent in the garden, kind of the Faustian bargain with Eve. So they come to Earth, they teach mankind about conjurations, charms, basically ritual magic. And when we talk about magic, we're not talking about David Copperfield stage magic. We're talking about, they believe that they can actually change the universe according to their will. Again, it's the self-seeking path of becoming God. They think they can create the reality that they envision
It's interesting.
And those things kind of blur with quantum thinking and a lot of this neuroscience that's coming out today that says like, hey, you filter your own reality, and the double slit experiment, and like it gets into all kinds of kind of interesting philosophies and ideas. So, excuse me,
You're good.
So, so the Watchers come down, they procreate with the women, they make a race called the Nephilim, which are these giants, right? The Nephilim are doing all this occult stuff, including cannibalism. And I think, God's watching all this. He's like, man, this is not what I intended. None of this. So he determines he's going to do the flood and sort of start over in a way, right? Now, what's interesting is that sort of fun fact side note, I did a 3-part series on the Hoover Dam, because the Hoover Dam is packed full of symbolism of, they call it like Satan's throne, because there was all these strange sculptures and things. And the sculptor for Hoover Dam was a guy named Oscar Hansen. And I tracked down his book called Beyond the Cherubim. And in the book, it's very odd. It's a hard read because he kind of goes between like real world factual stuff and sort of like dream sequences. And he talks about the Nephilim a bunch. He calls them like the Sons of Renown. There's this whole section on it. And he also has a whole section about how the atomic bomb opened a portal for evil, which we'll talk about later as well. So
let me just tell you something. You're saying that a couple of times. We'll talk about it later. If you don't bring it up, they're going to crucify you. You better make sure you fill these holes in, because they'll be like, you never said it. And I'm going to forget to bring it up. So you better make sure.
No, we're doing it. Don't you worry. So you have the flood, right? And this is, Mesopotamia is the cradle of civilization. And this is where you get all of those ancient aliens theorist stuff, right? You got the Anunnaki, which is supposedly the planet Nibiru, Planet X. They created the human race to be slaves, to mine gold, so they can take it back to their atmosphere. Kind of like wacky stuff, right? But there's this idea of real life aliens and gods that exist all the way back to Mesopotamia. Okay, that's the point I'm trying to get at here. And then in the post-flood, it perseveres. You've got these sort of demigods like Gilgamesh, who was the first sort of transhuman. And I'm not saying transgender, I'm saying transhuman, meaning a mixture of human with something else. Okay. So with the post-flood, you also get Babylon, which Babylon's important to these occultists. Because they had they built the first temple of Solomon using demons, and in the first
70, there's like the thought is that he had like 70 some demons under his control.
Yeah, there's this text called the Lesser Key of Solomon and you see all these sigils for different entities and demons that supposedly he used this seal of Solomon or the Key of Solomon, which the Ring of Solomon
That's what it was. With his ring, he had control of them, right?
Yeah, and there's different interpretations of what the ring is, and some people suggest it was basically symbols and sigils that he was using to conjure up entities and force them to build this temple. It's also very strange, and that goes into all kinds of different pop culture, because my whole thing is I like to see occult symbolism in pop culture and talk about it.
I want to plug your podcast on that note.
Oh, okay. Occult symbolism in pop culture.
That's the name of this podcast.
Yeah. So like Hereditary, you'll see these sigils for particular entities. And then, what's another one? Twin Peaks. The literal same sigils from the Lesser Key of Solomon from this ancient text and Grimoire you'll see on these shows. So the people in Hollywood and stuff making these works of fiction are literally referencing actual occult doctrine. So in Babylon, they built the Tower of Babel. Again, it's this idea of the sort of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods and man proving that they can become God. And they built this tower up to the heavens, and God was like, hey, that's not what I'm trying to do with you guys either. Smites them and breaks it down and spreads them out. And their language is mixed up so that they can't sort of come together again and sort of become gods, which is where the whole internet AI thing is the modern Tower of Babel, right? So after the Babylonian stuff, we have the big empires, right? You've got the Roman Empire, ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, and all of these cultures are talking about gods as if they're real life things. It's hard for us to understand with our frame of reference because we're like, well, of course you weren't talking to real gods. It was like you guys were making this up. But for them, it was real. Okay. And ancient Egypt is where there's a concept called the Zep Tepi, which is like the first gods. And during this time, you had the god Thoth, who was the god of magic. And Thoth gave this sort of forbidden, quote unquote, hidden, maybe hidden's the better, because occult means hidden. He gives us occult knowledge in what they call the Corpus Hermeticum, or the Emerald Tablets. And this is like, again, ancient Egypt, we're talking, 5,000 BC-ish. We're talking a long time ago. Is supposedly this alien Thoth, this entity. They call it a god, but I'm calling it an alien, an entity. I think they're all sort of interchangeable things. Teaches man about these things. And it's supposed to be this hidden knowledge. And it sounds a lot like the knowledge that the Watchers, the fallen angels, were teaching mankind. And in fact, I'm not making that up. There's an alchemist named Zosimos that stated this exact thing, same correlation. Anyway, those texts will come up throughout history, as we'll find as we go through my very interesting lecture here.
I love it. I'm loving this.
Okay, it's good stuff. I think I've really cracked. I mean, this is the result of 15 years of reading through all this stuff that I'm trying to simplify and be like, this is the timeline. This is the lineage from here to there.
And you are seeing an underlying, and I was about to make a note, but I'll just try to verbalize this the best I can, which I'm going to do a terrible job. But you are seeing with what you're laying out, and I think this is intentional on your part, you are seeing a parallel between, let's just say, what the occult historically it has believed and throughout time thought of these different things, and at least the Tony Merkel worldview, supernatural worldview of things, and you're seeing this paralleling that it's very interesting. What I'm saying is I'm not coming from it from almost like a fearful sense, like, oh no, should I not be? No, what I believe from what you're saying, I'm starting to feel like and understand that. Yes, the occultists also believe such things. It's just the perspectives on what the motives were behind certain events and things are polar opposites, essentially.
Beautifully done. Yes, that's exactly it. And I think, and that's why
you need to do a lecture with you sometime.
I would love that, actually, because I'm planning on doing a lecture about this with pop culture references intermixed. I think that's the key here, and that's why I'm going on at the beginning. I went to this whole diatribe, like who I am, my interests, my struggles with faith and understanding, and seeing and having interest in things that are sort of occulted, right? Horror movies and bad music and all this stuff, right? And I think that I'm not saying we need to sympathize with the occult perspective. I think we just need to understand it, because the problem is it's insidious and they deceive us. If you are trying to walk the Christian path, these people aren't openly saying it out loud, like, hey, we're not about that. I mean, you can kind of tell, but like, it's kind of like a virus being inserted into the computer, and you don't really realize it until it's too late. And now you're like, oh yeah, the world's a simulation. We live in a computer program. And you're like, how did I get here?
Right.
And that's been my whole perspective, is we have to look at it through the lens of pop culture, because that's what we consume, and it influences us unless you put some thought into it and say, you know, like if I watched The Matrix when I was, I don't know, 18 or whatever, and I had no idea that this was like a Gnostic tale. People believe this, and I just like, wow, that's really cool, man.
Yeah.
And I can still think it's cool. I can still enjoy these things, but I have to like understand, like, okay, that's their philosophy, that's their worldview. Do I want to believe that? Yes or no? And you know, then you make your choice. What do you want to believe?
What you just said is really interesting too. And we'll get back to where you're going, but I do want to acknowledge what you just said, because you said what they believe. Do I want to make that decision based? And you're talking about The Matrix, and it's like when you watch that movie. When I watched the movie when we were younger, it's like that concept of whoever made this is what they believe kind of thing wasn't. It was just a good movie. But when the more you look into things, the more you look into things. Joel looks into things way more than I do. I exist in these mucky areas, and it just kind of seeps in. I have this general understanding of stuff. But when you come to understand that this is not, it's entertaining, but there is an underlying reason for pop culture and what you see, and there is a messaging. And just as me as a Christian, I come on the show for the last year and a half, 2 years, and my messaging has been very different than it was the first 8 years of the show. This is my platform. This is what I create. And so how I view things and how I view the world is going to come through. Like we were talking about before, our worldview is filtered, our research is filtered with the worldview that we have, right? It's the same thing with Hollywood and these movies and TV shows. They are laying it out for us as to what they believe. And yes, you can ignorantly choose it's just entertainment. Or if you open your eyes to it, you then are faced with the decision, do I want to believe this? Do I want to follow this? Or do I want to follow something else or my traditional path or whatever, you know?
Right.
There is underlying messaging and all this stuff. And it stems from actual real human belief systems that play into all this.
Totally. Yes, I agree. I think that's the whole point of the indoctrination of entertainment. I think a lot of people in the conspiracy space, they get really upset about it and they go full black pill, and they're like I read the comments all the time. Like, I don't know how you watch this crap, and like I don't watch TV anymore, and I won't go to the movies. And I'm like, I don't know that that's the healthy way through this. I feel like movies and film and music, like these are ways that we can connect with each other still. We can talk about them, discuss them, agree, disagree. I just think that it's more important to have the nuance and to not sort of shut down just because you disagree with it, right? I mean, that's like I live in Utah, and 95% of the people I associate with are conservative people, cowboys. I'm not about any of those things, but I love them dearly. I think they're great, you know. It's not. I think it would be crazy if I was like, I only listen to rap music. I'm not hanging out with anyone who listens to country music. Like, I think that's weird.
That's high school.
That's weird. Yeah. And, in fact, I've come around and I've listened to some country. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I kind of like Morgan Wallen.
Yeah. He's from here. Like literally right
Oh,
here.
really? No
Yeah.
kidding.
Yeah.
I don't know about it. I'm not speaking on his personal life. I don't know anything about him. But like the music's cool. I don't know. I dig it. It's not my cup of tea, but I like it. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so like the occult thing is not my cup of tea, but I like it. You know, same thing.
Yeah.
We don't have to condemn others. And in fact, if you want to take because I know probably a large listenership for yours is probably kind of Christian, right?
It's become that. Yeah, I think so. I don't know, but I'm assuming.
I would think somewhat, right?
Let's put it this way. If I was not a Christian and I came across my show, it'd be about an episode, maybe an episode and a half before I couldn't stomach the guy anymore.
Yeah.
So I imagine people who don't like me aren't going to stick around much.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah.
Well, and I think that the problem, for the same reasons that I have a problem with, growing up in the church,
Yeah.
is the same reason that occultists don't like Christianity, and it's because there's this judgmental like thing about it of like, and I know I say this because I still read comments that say they're like, oh, you watch this, you listen to that, like you shouldn't do that as a Christian, you're going to burn in hell or whatever they say, and it's like always it doesn't have this like love behind it of like, I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know what the answer is of how to do it properly, but I just feel like there is this thing about being a Christian and trying to convince other people to be Christians as well that we could do better. You know what I mean? Like lead by example. Like, I don't know, like try to be a good person. Some of the best Christians I know, I had no idea they were Christian. I just thought, man, they're really nice people. They take care of things and are, volunteering time at this place. Like, that's a good person. And then like, I'll find out later, like, oh, well, that's refreshing. I like that. And I don't know how much of that is just social media posturing and it's a gross world we live in today where if you're not being ignorant or rage baiting, like you don't get the traction.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
And it sucks, man. It just sucks.
Ignorant or rage baiting. I love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, so Thoth. Let's go back to the alien Thoth, because this is probably the most important, one of the most important concepts to consider is this ancient Egyptian alien god Thoth gives us this sort of forbidden, hidden wisdom. And he also teaches man about alchemy, which is this, alchemy means the chemistry or the transformation or the transmutation. And it actually comes from chem is the word for black, like the black fertile soil of the Nile River, right?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So there's, when you get into alchemy, there's a progression of colors from black, white, yellow, and red, symbolized by birds, like the blackbird and the pelican, and all the way up to the phoenix, which is the red, the fiery phoenix. And it's about, and you could argue that Saturn. So the first stage is the blackening or the nigredo or the black sun, which they call Saturn. And that's, again, Saturn is like a whole nother aspect of this massive thing. And what they believe is you need to purify. You need to burn something down. Like they think that and this is me overly exaggerating it. So if there's like an alchemist out there, it's like, well, that's not what we believe. That's not what I'm saying. But like the idea is like to sort of take your personal self and burn it down all the way, the blackening, the nigredo, burn it all the way down to what they call the prima materia, and then rebuild it in a perfected way, because we have all these imperfections in us, sort of. And that's the idea of alchemy, is to transmutate and transform something all the way through to be reborn as the phoenix. Which is very similar to this idea of becoming a god, right? So Thoth was the origination of this, and it comes from ancient Egypt. And then the other ancient cultures, like ancient Rome, very important because that gave us the mystery schools, which is where they would initiate people through theatrics and sort of a dramatization play, which is what influences entertainment, right? Again, taking it back to this idea, like I'm always talking about pop culture being this indoctrination of occult concepts.
Yeah.
And, we had back then, Rome, the Roman Empire sort of blended in all those areas. So like ancient Greece had the Eleusinian mystery schools. Egypt had the cult of Isis. Rome had, if you ever see Raised by Wolves on HBO.
I haven't. Oh, wait, is that the guy that, no, probably not.
It's based on Roman mythology. It's based on Remus and Romulus and these twins.
Jack's laughing because he knows I haven't seen it. And he's like, don't even try, Tony.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Raised by Wolves was a really entertaining show, but it's packed with all this mythology and Mithraism and all this stuff. Which, side note, a lot of people that aren't losers like me that spend all day in the occult realm, there's a documentary called Zeitgeist that a lot of people have seen back from like the 2000s. And in Zeitgeist, the creator really did a disservice to a lot of Christians, because he says, Christ is just a recycled story from ancient cultures of, virgin birth, all this stuff. And he tries to compare it. And he rattles off all these ancient religions. He's like, this is the same story of Isis and Horus. It's the same story of Mithras. And it's like, totally not. Like, it's absolutely not. Mithras was born from a rock. Horus was born when Isis assembled the different body parts of Osiris and used Thoth's magic to assemble this Frankenstein body. And then she put a golden phallus on it and magically created Horus. Like, these are not the same story. And in fact, if you look into it, the people called the Zeitgeist guy out and were like, why did you say that? None of this checks out. And he was just like, oh, I don't know. I just was messing around. And it's like, people believe this stuff, and I don't know how much of it is because they want to believe it. Bill Maher, I've watched Bill Maher for 20 years. He says it all the time. And I'm like, it's just plain not true. I mean, you could probably find parallels and like things that seem similar. Like, I'm not saying that's not the case, but I'm saying this whole like, oh, they just stole it straight from this other religion. Like, that's just not true. It just isn't. So anyway, so ancient Greece gave us the philosophies that the occult would utilize. Ancient Greece, we had Pythagoras, and I went to school for engineering, so I have a math minor. We talked about, and this is, the 2000s before I studied the occult. And it's funny because in the language of mathematics, almost all of the names would show up later in my occult research. And it's because the early scientists were occultists. Anyway, and like a lot of this stuff ties into like the Middle East with the assassins. Like algebra comes from al-Jabr, which is created in the Middle East, right? Because there's a lot of occult thinking with different. I mean, again, these are all like shows that are 2 hours long that we could dive into, but we're gonna keep it moving because I don't want people to just be like eyes to glaze over and be like, oh, I don't know what he's talking about. So anyways, Pythagoras was kind of the guy that created the first secret society, and he was teaching the initiates all of these concepts, and it was a Kabbalistic thing. Kabbalah meaning, and again, this is like Gnosticism, kind of. Kabbalah is kind of like a friendlier Gnosticism. Without going too deep in the weeds on Kabbalah, they think that we are sort of these reflections of God, and our mission is to correct or perfect the human state to become with God again, kind of. Whereas the Gnostics believe we need to perfect ourselves through the wisdom to break free from reincarnation and break free from this prison planet and join the pleroma where the real God is. So it's kind of like similar but different a little bit, but it's both in this idea of like we're in this fallen human state and we have to fix ourselves, which sounds a lot like Christianity, sort of, right? There's a fine line between occultism and Christianity when you get into it, because in the most basic example I always talk about is what's the difference between meditation and prayer, right? It's very similar practices. And the difference is with prayer, it's God focused because you're praying with your relationship with God. Meditation is inward, right? Yeah. And I've done meditation. Like I'm not saying like, oh, like that's devil worship. I'm just saying like you have to understand there's different concepts here going on, and meditation and yoga can be very useful for people. Like I'm not one of these types like, oh my God, it's the devil, don't do it. Like I'm just saying like you have to understand the difference. God gave us a brain, you got to use it, right? So anyways, Pythagoras. So Pythagoras embraced a Kabbalistic idea of what they call the law of one or the monad. And this is very important. It's this idea that we started out as a spiritual realm. We came down and we're in the material realm, and we need to re-spiritualize back up into the spiritual realm again. Like that's the idea. And Pythagoras talked about this, what he called the law of one. And this is going to come up over and over and over again until we get to the end of the lecture, where I'm going to tell you that they're trying to put us in a digital matrix to do that exact thing, to re-spiritualize matter. Digitize, I should say. So Pythagoras was one of the earliest occultists and started that secret society that you had to take like a 5-year vow of silence. And, it was kind of like the highbrow intellectuals of the day. And then in ancient Greece, you also have Plato, which is very important to things. And, Plato was the early architect of what we're going to talk about as the Dark Enlightenment, which is what they're doing right now to us. Plato, you have to understand, Plato was a student of Socrates, and Socrates was very defiant on the structure of governments, and he was even questioning, like, to these ancient Greeks, he's like, why do you worship these gods? Like, how do you know they even exist? And they put him to death. They executed him. So Plato was like, he saw this go down, and he was like, oh no, you killed Sensei, and so now he's mad. He's mad at the government, and he advocates for what they call like the Platonic Empire. And this is the early Dark Enlightenment concept. And it's the idea that we shouldn't have a democratic society. We shouldn't vote for a leader because the people are dumb. They're mouth breathers, and it's a popularity contest. And that's why Sensei died, is because we voted for the most popular guy. And he didn't like that Socrates was pushing back against the constructs, and they killed him. So Plato, obviously very formative in a lot of philosophies. He was the early architect of the Dark Enlightenment, I would argue. And he also had an interesting called the theory of forms. And this is important for pop culture entertainment because he thought that all art was derived from the divine, from the cosmos or these gods or whatever, right? He thought that all this was channeled in a way. And not to plug my book, but The Dark Path I wrote in 2017.
We're going to get it?
Amazon or Audible, or signed copies at occultsymbolism.com.
Did you read it yourself?
What's that?
Did you read it yourself?
Did I read the book?
On Audible?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. Yeah.
I like promoting people. So you said that like
I have no shame.
We're gonna double down on that.
I will promote everything. I'm trying to not promote as much because people get annoyed by me. But I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't have an agent. I got to sell my books.
I got you. Let me do that.
But The Dark Path is like my most popular book by far, and I talk about the idea of symbolism and how artists are through a bunch of occult thinkers like Kenneth Grant, like they taught in Peter Levenda's books. He talks about how the artist can sort of make contact with other realms and pull information and stuff through. And that's very important. And that goes back to Plato, right? The theory of forms. So Plato, very influential in the realm of the occult. It would spin off into what they call Neoplatonism, which is one of the cornerstones of the occult. But he's kind of important in the scheme of things because, Socrates didn't want people to write anything down. Plato, ironically, would write down his dialogues with Socrates in the Republic. And the Republic's important because it kind of pushes a Gnostic narrative. It pushes the idea, it's called the allegory of the cave. Everyone's heard of this, I'm sure. The short version is that people are in shackles in a cave and their whole life, and all they see is shadows on the wall, and they think that's reality. And then one of them breaks free, leaves, and sees that, this is the real world out here. And there's prison guards who are showing us, fake shadows on the wall. So he comes back in and tells everyone, good news, I'm going to break you free from here. This is all fake. The real world's out there. And they're like, no, it isn't. This is where we want to stay. This is great. This is the world. And like, you can see the parallels there between Gnosticism and allegory of the cave stuff, right? So, okay. So we go from there then we go through like the collapse of the Roman Empire and the Dark Ages. And in the 16th century, we get the Renaissance and the Hermetic revival. And what happened was the Medici family paid to translate the Corpus Hermeticum. Again, the Corpus Hermeticum that Thoth, the alien god in ancient Egypt, gave man. It was like, here's the forbidden knowledge, arguably from the Watchers. And it's encoded with all the ideas of alchemy and all these sort of occult concepts. So the Medici family pays to get this translated, and this sparks the whole ordeal. And all of the scientists at the time, like I said earlier, were occultists, because you don't get chemistry without alchemy, right? Alchemy was first, and then chemistry came later. And all the mathematics ideas, because Pythagoras is very big on the ideas of, the Pythagorean theorem is, mathematical formula for triangles and stuff. And all of the occultists were scientists. That's where it started. Through Pythagoras, right? And they're reading the Corpus Hermeticum. Your Isaac Newtons, your Paracelsus, all these sort of big names in science and the occult. And they start incorporating, and of course, back then they were all Christians, but then they started incorporating some of these ideas. And the church is ironically kind of cool with it because they convinced the church, they're like, hey, this isn't saying like Christ is wrong. It's just saying that there's this whole other stuff going on in the universe and they're compatible. And the church is like, okay, cool. Sounds good, man. But then, people like Galileo show up and they're like, okay, so I'm reading the Hermeticum and like, I think that the earth is not the center of the universe. And the church is like, now that it starts bucking against what the church says. So the church is like, nope.
Kill this guy.
Yeah, like, he's got to go. Giordano Bruno also said similar things. He was like, hey, there's a whole like galaxies and universe out there. They're like, nope, no, there isn't. He's got to go. They execute him. But what's interesting is that you get some of the most formative minds of our modern world from this era. This is like where Rene Descartes came from in philosophy. This is where Shakespeare, aka Francis Bacon, aka Sam Tripoli. I don't know if you've seen those theories.
I saw him post something about that.
Yeah, the guy says that he's the reincarnation of Francis Bacon.
Yeah, and I saw this. I don't know who the guy is. I don't really care. A
flat earther, by the way. He's a flat earth guy.
I'm moving on. Apparently, we're gonna keep going. So, he had a video showing that, but also all these other people, and I was like, at some point, do people sometimes step back from what they just created before they post it and say, "Am I reaching here?"
No, there's no shame. They just
like, what? But that's the rage bait, right? And that's what you were saying earlier about the in order to I guess make it in this industry, there's formulas that people develop. It's like rage bait. I forget the other one you're talking about, but being authentic tends to be harder to gain traction in. Yeah. But I would argue it also allows you to keep your sanity,
and it's better in the long run. Yeah. I think people are looking for that quick fix of virality, and like the guy, I think his name, I don't want to promote him, but like the fittest flat earther is his name.
Is that his name?
The guy who made this thing. And I'd argue that he may have a lot of followers, and maybe it's because people are like, oh, look at this wackadoodle and it's entertaining. And maybe he's fine with that. For me, I'm like, I don't want people to just follow me because I'm this weird circus act. I want people to follow me because they're like, hey, this is really interesting. I want to learn more, and I want to make the right decisions for my life, because I feel more of a obligation, responsibility to make I want to make the world a better place. I'm not trying to like rage bait people into hating other people and all this stuff. yeah, all these great minds from that era were influenced during all of this stuff, you know, and your Leonardo da Vinci's, which to stick with pop culture, right? It's that's the Dan Brown Da Vinci Code stuff, like because he was encoding all this corpus hermeticum into his paintings because at the time the church was like not cool with it. That's the theory there, you know. Anyway, so you got the Renaissance, and then from there we get to John Dee, which is one of the major figures in the history of the occult. I'm sure you've talked about him on this show many times with probably Joel, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'll give people
go ahead and go into wherever you want to go with
Okay.
it, please.
Yeah, so the short version of John Dee is he was the astrologer for Queen Elizabeth, allegedly one of the first intelligence agents, because he would sign his letters with the 007. There's that two-ball cane symbol again, right? And the 007 was supposed to mean for the Queen's eyes only. Anyway, so he was interesting because he derived what they call the Enochian language, because he was doing rituals with this guy named Edward Kelly, and they were trying to make contact with entities. They succeed. The entities, the angels, they called it, because again, they have to sort of frame this for the church because they don't want to get burned at the stake like Giordano Bruno, right? So they're like, oh, we're talking to angels. And the angels say, hey, you want to talk to us? Here's the language with which to do it. And it was this grid of characters. And it's supposedly the language that God spoke to Adam in the Garden of Eden with. And it does go back to the Book of Enoch. But anyway, the whole thing was he was doing these rituals. He writes this language down. And this language would later be used by various occultists to make contact with other entities. So he writes this down. And then one of the strangest stories from John Dee is this. He makes contact with an angel named Medina. And he gets these visions of the pale horse, the whore of Babylon. He calls it the daughter of fortitude. And he gets all these like apocalyptic visions. And he starts thinking, or is told that God wants him to start gathering souls for the end of the world. And the angel's like, we're going to make the end of the world happen by unifying John Dee with Edward Kelly as one being, a unified being. And the way you're going to do that is you're going to do some wife swapping. All right. And Edward Kelly, natural thing, right?
Natural way of thinking.
And it's funny because Edward Kelly was kind of a degenerate. He was like a thief and stuff. Like he had his ear cut off because he was a thief. And like by the time the angel gets the words out, he's got his pants down. He's like, let's go. You know. And John Dee's like, he's like a little more conservative. He's like, I don't know about this. So
Angel said, let's do it.
So they swap wives. John Dee doesn't consummate. He can't make it happen. I'm sure Edward Kelly was fine. And so officially the thing doesn't happen, right? And after this point, John Dee is obsessed with eschatology and bringing about the end times because he thought it was going to happen during his lifetime, but which obviously did not. Now, around the same time in Prague, Rabbi Judah Loew was doing alchemy, you know, the same alchemy from Thoth that was trying to create a golem, which is to animate a thing, right? Clay. It was fashioned out of clay, supposedly. And he does alchemy, fuses some kind of spirit or life form into this clay, and the golem is supposed to protect the community. It starts doing its own thing, and it's got a mind of its own. And they're like, you better shut this thing down. And
wow, talk about foreshadowing for what's coming. Holy cow.
So the golem, on the way, it's kind of interesting. On the way, the Hebrew word E-M-E-T was on its forehead, and it's supposed to mean truth or life. And to shut it down, he took the first E off, and now it's just M-E-T, which means death. That's the official story. Now, strange thing is, I got to interview Dr. Jacques Vallée, right? Very famous ufologist. Created the internet. I mean, like this guy knows everything going on. And I interviewed him for his book, Forbidden Science 6. And in there, he talks about Prague and about like, he implies like there's something important in Prague. And I asked him on the interview, and I don't remember verbatim, but I asked him about it. And he implied that like, yeah, if we want to understand the phenomenon, like we have to go back in time and look at some of the things that we previously had condemned, which to me, in my mind, I'm like, I think that's what he's talking about is the alchemical process and the golem and fusing spirits into objects. Okay.
Wow.
So, interesting times in the 17th century. We also had, and I'm picking and choosing events that repeat the same concepts. Francis Dashwood starts the Hellfire Club. All right. And this was like a secret society. They would meet and do basically eyes wide shut parties. I'm going to be careful with the language I use, but you can imagine what happens at these parties. Like all the elites would gather, they put on masks, and they would bring in men and women and do things, right?
I want you to keep this thought, but I have to ask you, this is just a little side quest of mine.
Yeah.
You said about the Hellfire Club, because I mean, a lot of I told you guys last night, you and Joel, because Joel's in the other room right now. I told you both, I was like, I'm already prepared for the next day or so to have you guys talking over my head most of the time, right?
Okay.
Which is fine. I'm learning so much right now hearing you talk about this stuff.
Okay.
The Hellfire Club. Now, you love Twin Peaks. I've been not shy about my affinity for Stranger Things.
I love Stranger Things.
I think it's season 4, maybe 3, but 4. The Hellfire t-shirt Is that something connected to this?
I mean, in the mythology of Stranger Things, not particularly, but it's the same thing. It's the Hellfire Club and the Hellfire Caves. And if you wanted to force a sort of lineage to the two.
I do.
Okay. I also, Stranger Things is like one of my favorite shows of all time.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Season 5 could go without.
Oh, you didn't like it?
I didn't like the way it ended. I thought they were lazy with it.
I had a little tear.
Did you?
I did.
Oh, man.
I love the show.
I thought I could have done a better job.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. I also have hot takes, man. Like I like the ending of Sopranos. You know, a lot of people like that. Anyway, you know, Dungeons and Dragons. You were around for the 80s, the Satanic Panic. I remember my church was very much like, do not do Dungeons and Dragons. I had a friend who did it, and I didn't pursue it because I was just like, oh, I don't know what that is. It's kind of creepy, right? You could argue there's occult concepts, and I did many episodes on Stranger Things because it ties into, you know, the original name was Project Montauk and MK Ultra, obviously, and you know, 11's always in the deprivation tank, and you know, 11 of course is an occulted number, right? And did you know like 11's the number of magic? Did you know that?
If I knew it, I forgot it.
Okay. Yeah, because Aleister Crowley, he added a K to the word magic to differentiate it from stage magic. K being the 11th letter of the alphabet. And the reason that matters is because these guys going back to Pythagoras are all about numbers and numerology and gematria, and like God speaks to you in numbers. It's the universal language and all this stuff, right? Because that's part of the Kabbalah system, is this belief that there's this hidden code of reality, just like you see on the Matrix, right? The green letters and stuff. Yeah. That's the same idea. And those characters in the Matrix, by the way, look very similar to the Enochian language. Anyway, yeah, Stranger Things is the Hellfire Club. You're talking about the shirt, right? Because their D&D club is called the Hellfire Club. I'd have to review all my notes. I don't think there's anything besides that that's like, oh yeah, that's exactly the same Hellfire, but it's clearly a reference to it, right?
Okay.
Well, actually, no. Okay, now I was thinking about it here. So,
yes.
There we go. Hang on. So, if I recall, the Stranger Things Hellfire logo, the Hellfire Club, has a devil on it, right?
I believe, yeah.
Okay, so
I think
the president of let me explain what the Hellfire Club was for people. The Francis Dashwood in the 18th century, all the elites would gather. They'd go underground in these caves, and it was a very anti-Christian group. Specifically, like they would mock Christianity. They would dig. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You can argue that's a demon or the devil. Looks very demonic,
devilish.
They would dig caves underneath churches. Like there was an inversion tactic there. They had to have it beneath the church, and the president of the club was the devil officially. You know, and they would do all of these sort of like debaucherous acts. And this is, you know, I think we put it through our lens today and we say like, oh, they're just like guys trying to get laid or whatever. And I don't think that was the case. I mean, these were the elites at the time, and especially in like the 18th century, like they were able to get laid. This was something else. This was embracing antinomianism, going back to what we talked about with Cain. This is about openly embracing dark anti-Christian messaging and ideas, right? That's why the president of the club was the devil, which is on the shirt for the Stranger Things Hellfire Club. So in a way, that's kind of like a connection, I guess, right?
Perfect. Okay.
And Benjamin Franklin was a member of this club. Like this wasn't fringy stuff. Like this was the elites at the time and our founding fathers, right? And America was founded on occult ideas. This is not a Christian. This wasn't founded as a Christian nation at all. They were all deists that believed in this monad universal consciousness thing, this grand architect, which is the Freemasonic idea of God, right? Which is not compatible with Christianity. They'll say, if you talk to Freemasons, and I've talked to several of them on my show, they think that they would advertise it as, well, to be a Freemason, you just have to believe in a higher power, a God of whatever type, you know, it's up to you, which sounds fine. But there's this idea that the grand architect is actually just an idea for this vague consciousness God, not a literal person you have a relationship with, you know. Anyway, so Benjamin Franklin was a member of the Hellfire Club, and you know, and all those guys were in, like Thomas Jefferson wrote the Jefferson Bible, which removed all the references to Christ. Like they specifically, like deists, they don't believe that Christ was God at all. Like that's very anti-Christian. It just is. So anyway, so the Hellfire Club was something that you see echoed throughout pop culture, like Stranger Things a little bit. Eyes Wide Shut being the most talked about, I would argue. I did a lecture on Eyes Wide Shut a couple years ago in Vegas, and I need to reschedule to do another one of those because it's a fascinating.
True. One nation under God never says which one, does it?
Film to sort of unpack when you understand all of these occult concepts. I watched it in the theater when it came out, and I thought it was boring. I watched because I loved Kubrick at the time. I'd seen virtually all the Kubrick movies, and
they don't say one nation under Jesus Christ. That's for sure.
I remember like the big sales pitch was like, oh, you get to see Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman and have at it, right? Because there's more in the trailer to Eyes Wide Shut. There's more scenes of Tom and Nicole apparently doing things. than there is in the movie itself. And people were mad. They walked out of the theater like, what the heck is this? Like, there's nothing like that. You know, you're showing me weird parties and stuff. But there's so much occult symbolism packed into that thing. It's like outrageous, right? So the 18th century, we had this, you know, so the 16th century with the Renaissance, we get the proliferation of occult ideas with Medici family translating the Corpus Hermeticum and all these alchemical scientists and famous names in all of history. And then theosophy comes around. I'm sorry, let me back up. We had, because my whole thing is trying to insert the pop culture influences because that is super important to all of this. Because Francis Bacon said that it's easier to entertain someone than to teach them. So they insert this messaging in the pop culture. Around this time, okay, so I'm trying to stick to a timeline here. So we got the Dashwood Hellfire Club, then you had the Illuminati, the official Bavarian Illuminati, established in May of 76, right? And again, I'm giving short version, very...
May 76, what year, what century?
1776, sorry. Same time as the Declaration of Independence, right? Ironically, or not so. So Adam Weishaupt, of no relation to me, of course, as we already stated.
Yes, he's we could remind you.
Just to let you know. He's a professor at a Jesuit school in Ingolstadt, and his father had a whole library of books related to the mystery schools, like the Eleusinian Mysteries, and he had read all this stuff. He was a Freemason, and he came to the conclusion that Freemasonry wasn't going hard enough in trying to change the world to a new world order and getting rid of religion, because he was very much like, we need to have a scientific government, not a religious government, which sounds very similar to what Plato was into, right? And it's going to sound similar to what the Dark Enlightenment folks are doing today. So he decides he's going to start the Illuminati with all these like prominent people, and he tasks them to go and infiltrate all these groups politically, secret societies like the Freemasons, infiltrate them, move to the top, and then use them to influence to create this new world order. Taking a cue from the Middle East assassins, which is where that tactic came from, which is related to Jacob Frank and Sabbatai Zevi and their tactics of at any means necessary, we need to make change happen. Okay. So the Illuminati, they infiltrate all these groups, and it becomes a problem real quick. And the Bavarian government makes all these decrees like, this group's got to go, shut it down. And there was like 4 different decrees over the course of a couple years because they had a hard time shutting it down, because Weishaupt said that the concealment is the greatest tactic of the order. And they would all take on secret names, you know, which doesn't help my cause anyway. I tell people I'm not Isaac Weishaupt, like, oh boy, there's levels to this, right? They would take on secret names. It was, you know, and the order, it went by different names. It was the Order of Perfectibilists, and then it was the Order of the Bees, because bees are symbolic for magic and all this other stuff. But they would do, their main logo is the owl, right? The owl that you see at Bohemian Grove. And this is a reference to the goddess of wisdom. They called it Minerva. You could argue it's a Gnostic belief in Sophia. Anyway, we're not going to get in the weeds with it. We're just going to kind of present that and move on. And I'm trying to say, like, this is part of the similar lineage. The idea was he wanted a new world order, which was a scientific government, not a religious government, because he was very anti-religion. It lasted about 9 years officially and got disbanded. But the story is that because their greatest order was concealment, that they spread out in different countries. Because Adam Weishaupt moved to the next country over, because the prince running, I forget what country it is, the prince running that country was in the Illuminati. And he was like, come hang out with me. So like, it's kind of foolish to think, oh yeah, they tried 4 times to shut it down. They infiltrated groups. Like, of course they persisted. And that's why they're kind of the name synonymous with, you know, structure, hidden hand government stuff, right? Then you get to the 19th century, and Mary Shelley writes Frankenstein, which would be the first science fiction story. And ironically, it was based on, there was a castle called Frankenstein's Castle where a guy named Johann Dippel was doing alchemy. And there was all these rumors about him basically creating a golem. And that's what she basically has in the story of Frankenstein, which is, you know, I don't need to tell people, is one of the most influential stories of all time.
Yeah.
First science fiction story. Then you get in the late 19th century, Helena Blavatsky. And she was born in like Russia, I think, ends up immigrating to America, but she spent a bunch of time back east in Tibet studying Eastern mysticism and channeling these entities. She calls the entities the Mahatmas, or the integrated ascended masters. Again, it's like disembodied spirits that say, hey, we're so much further evolved, come join us. And it's the same message of, through the correct wisdom, the Sophia, the Gnostic wisdom, which is, she was very adamant to say this came from Lucifer. Like, it's all in the language of what her and Alice Bailey were talking about with Luciferian ideas. Through this knowledge, you can become an ascended master and, again, break free from this prison planet and quit reincarnating and become something better with us, right? With the divine. And she was tasked with popularizing the New Age movement. So she infused the New Age movement, and that's why, you know, your mom's doing yoga and talking about karmic load and balance and reincarnation because like she's the one that brought that to the West, right? These are all occult New Age ideas. But with Blavatsky, you also get pop culture. You get the Wizard of Oz. You know, L. Frank Baum was a prominent theosophist, and that's why the story has the Gnostic element of the Oz behind the curtain.
The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. The Oz is the Yao to both, the creator of the false reality. You know, because when they get to the Emerald City, which is playing on the Emerald tablets from Alchemy and Thoth, when they get there, Oz is behind the curtain, and they realize like, oh, you're not a real god, you're a false god.
Wow. So that's interesting. Dude, you are such a well of information.
It's too much.
It's not, well,
it's making me crazy.
I see it playing out in front of me where you want to touch us on, you're like, but we're just keep it moving. And I'm like, that's got to be painstaking for you.
It is. It's hard, man. It's really hard to and that's the struggle I have with my podcast is, 10 years ago, my podcast episodes were 20, 30 minutes. And now I'm like, all these things connect and I got to go into a 2-hour thing to explain this, that, and the other. And I'm like, how do I make this shorter? Because people's attention spans are not that long, right? And that's why I'm working on this lecture to try to explain things, because I think it used to be I just would find little pieces of the puzzle and I'd be like, look at this is interesting. But now I'm like, I feel like these things are all coming together and they're coming together fast with where we're going with society and technology. And I'm trying to build out this lecture based on the things I'm talking to you about and inserting the pop culture elements that are more familiar so people can be like, oh yeah, that makes sense or whatever. I don't know.
I'm just going to throw something out here, and this is more logistical, but I'm going to forget to bring it up later. I think maybe at least twice a year I'd like to bring you out here just to give us like the direction.
Yeah.
Because like you see and I feel where things are going, but you're doing an incredible job of laying out the history that we're about to get into with what's coming forward. And you're right, it's happening fast. And honestly, twice a year is not enough, but I'm not going to make you move to Tennessee. So, but
things have happened.
I just feel like, so you're telling me there's a chance. I just feel like with what's going on, and I talk a lot about AI, different things and stuff, and I'm not shy about it. I use AI myself, but I talk about like these safeguards and knowing what your off ramp is, because these people who are pushing this stuff, like you're going to get into, they don't have an off ramp. You're going to, as an individual, have to have an off ramp as to where do I exit this scenario? Because like even if you take that off ramp, you still will not have a choice in the matter. AI will still be in your life, but there's going to be a certain point where I think that we're going to have to be like, okay, that's a line I'm not willing to cross.
Yeah, and I know just from talking to you, you seem to be the kind of person that tries to find the path that God's laying out for you. I think you take it very serious, and it's weird. Sometimes I'll have things that are the thorn in my mind that I can't shake. And one of the things I've been talking about for so many years is this idea of the digital matrix, which sounded insane 5 to 10 years ago. And it wasn't like I invented that. I mean, this was from, when I watched the Matrix movies, I got really interested in these ideas. And I read Ray Kurzweil's books. What was it? The Age of Spiritual Machines, I think it was called. And he talked about this exact thing with the singularity. And so anyways, my point is that I've been saying for years, like the reason I'm bringing this up is because we got to start thinking about this and thinking, do we want to live in a matrix and have our, this is the philosophical experiment of the brain in the vat. Like, is this what we want? We have to think about that and have an honest conversation, because it's going to be very tempting. It's the frog in the boiling water. And, you asked me today and I'm like, I don't want to be associated anywhere near any of these Silicon Valley insane technocrats. But what's going to happen is they're going to lure you in by being like, hey, that loved one that you lost years ago, like we can replicate that experience. And that's going to be tempting. And I don't judge people for considering that, or like the Neuralink chip, right? Yeah. There's people out there that have disabilities that would make their quality of life significantly better. I wouldn't judge them for wanting that. And I just think we have to like wrap our heads around that. And that's not something you can do overnight. And these things are going to happen so fast, especially if there's, God forbid, some horrific apocalyptic asteroid or like the Apophis asteroid. I mean, who knows, right?
You're absolutely right. I'm actually 2 weeks from now, I'm about to do a recording with a guy all about the Apophis, I don't know how you pronounce it. But yeah, there's what's going on in space might have a lot to do with that right now.
Yeah, totally. I see that. I do a second podcast called Breaking Social Norms with my wife, and that's more of like a freewheeling, conversational, opinionated, and it's oftentimes me trying to like teach her something about the occult or whatever. Me red pilling her, which she's full on red pill now, and now she teaches me things.
Good.
And talking about different things, and like she'll have questions for me about certain events, and and I'll try to find an answer for her. And the Apophis thing is with the Artemis mission, and I'm like, man, I just don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is, and I always say this, it's like for me, all I know is like nothing changes for me. I try to be a good person. I try to like, live a Christian lifestyle or whatever, right? I'm going to keep trying because I haven't mastered any of those things. And I think that all these other things become distractions, but I do think that ultimately the big question is going to be like, do you take the chip in the brain to go into the matrix? Yeah, it's strange territory.
It's coming fast.
I feel like it is. In fact, I tell people like I've always been intrigued by conspiracy thinking because I remember being a child in the grocery store. They used to have these little pamphlets. There's a name for them, and I forget it all the time. And one of the pamphlets was this like Mark of the Beast pamphlet. And it was like, every social security number has 3 6s in it. And mine does. And I was like, oh, no, my wife doesn't have any, So I'm like, I don't know. It grabbed me at the time. And yeah, I don't know. I'm always open to these kinds of like paranoid thoughts of things. And like I said, like it drives me crazy sometimes. Like, I'm like, should I be researching this? Like, it's kind of making me nutty sometimes, but I think it's super interesting and it always pulls me in. And I blame pop culture, like Wizard of Oz. I like Wizard of Oz, And when I revisit it through my occult lens, I'm like, oh man, you also get Twin Peaks from Blavatsky. That's very heavily baked into the world of Twin Peaks. Like one example is the like people associate donuts, right? There's donuts all over Twin Peaks, and the donut is the circle, and that's the samsara, the wheel of reincarnation and rebirth and all that stuff. And anyways, I'm going to get the Twin Peaks book done, and I'm going to do a lecture on that too, because I think it's the master. I was originally doing a course. I was going to build a course and sell a course on like occult symbolism from 101 and tell everything about it. But then I watched Twin Peaks, and I was like, this is kind of the course. And 56 episodes later, I'm like, okay, I got it. People are like, you're insane. What's wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know. Wow. But yeah, anyway, so like Blavatsky is a crucial component in popularizing New Age and occult thinking. And she would inspire Aleister Crowley, right? And, to stick to the timeline, the pulps, have you ever seen like the early comics, like Amazing Stories or whatever? It was they called them the pulps because they were printed on this cheap paper called pulp paper. And it's interesting because the guy who started the pulp printing process was Karl Kellner. Karl Kellner was a occultist. He was a member of the Ordo Templi Orientis, a magical order that does magical spells and, gets into all this occult stuff. And he also was a Freemason, and he was very much influenced by the ideas that Pascal Beverly Randolph, this early occultist, brought the ideas of sex magic over from the East. Anyway, and it gets into like Tantra and all this stuff. Anyway, Kellner was part of that. So it's interesting that he would create the pulps, which would be the second iteration of popularizing science fiction behind Frankenstein, because these stories would influence reality. It would create reality quite literally because Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, who was an early ancient astronaut guy, basically panspermia and stuff, it influenced him. It influenced Jack Parsons, who'd built rockets, and Wernher von Braun, the famous Nazi scientist who came to work for Disney and build rockets for NASA. Like those guys were all inspired to pursue these ideas of going to Mars and the moon from reading these fantastical tales, right? And that's also what's happening with the Dark Enlightenment is these Silicon Valley nerds are reading too much science fiction, and I'll prove that when we get there. We're almost there. So to stick with the timeline, then we got Crowley, Aleister Crowley. I'm sure you guys have covered him a million times. Joel's an expert on Crowley.
He really is, isn't he?
He is. I'm like, how do you know so much about this guy? But Crowley, to keep it brief, was very much inspired by the occult, very much inspired by eschatology through his upbringing in dispensationalism. He was trying to bring about the end of the world through the other side, right? Through the dark side. And he would go around and he was very instrumental in the occult because he would pick and choose what worked. He was very practical, like what they call low magic. And it's very like practical magic of like what is actually working. I don't need to do all these forms and higher religious sort of high magic, ceremonial magic things. I just need to do what works. And he would take the, and he got on that path through, in 1904, he was in Egypt. He had what he called his Scarlet Women. And these women were considered his sort of whore of Babylon. And he would use them as part of the ritual to channel entities and information. And in Cairo, he channeled information that he was supposed to bring about the New Age, the Aeon of Horus. And this gets confirmed because he goes to this exhibit number 666, and that was the exhibit of Horus. And he would go on to make that his life's mission to bring about this New Age, which was all about destroying Christianity and destroying religions, but Christianity in particular. So his worldview became a religious, he became, I would argue, one of the first to popularize the idea of aliens as we know it today. Not just these ascended beings or angels, like aliens proper, because he would do the Enochian ritual, use the Enochian texts to do rituals like the Amouranth were working in 1918 in New York. where he would channel the first gray alien, Lamb. And this is old hat for you and most people listening, I'm sure, but he basically would draw this gray-headed alien on a commentary to Blavatsky's Vision and the Voice. It was his first depiction of a gray alien, basically, and he did it through Enochian language, right? And even his do I say it's a religion? He started a religion called Thelema. I don't know if it's a religion more than it is practice, and it's all about trying to make, his whole thing was, you need to make contact with your holy guardian angel at all costs. And he was very clear in saying, this is an external agent, an external entity. This isn't some inner shadow work. Like, no, this is an entity and you need to find it. And it's your true will is what he coined that term, true will, which you find in the story like The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, who's also into Crowley, by the way, you know. Anyway, he popularized this idea of making contact with entities, basically. And we're gonna come back to Jack Parsons, who was part of the Crowley sphere. But in between these, we've got the Trinity bomb. July 16th, 1945, we entered the atomic age. And this was an occulted event. This was splitting the atom, okay? It was splitting primordial matter. And, you know, the atomic structure has the protons and the electrons. It has the positive and negative, and a great amount of energy gets released when you split this, right? This is the Einstein equation, E equals mc squared. You know, the M in that is mass, which is an atom, which is very tiny, but C is the speed of light, which is a very large number. So a ton of energy gets released when you split the atom, right? With fission, the fission bombs. And everybody knows that this is an occult thing. Even when it happened, when it detonated, Oppenheimer said, what did he say? He said something from the Bhagavad Gita, right? He said, I'm the destroyer of worlds. Yeah. And when they did it, they initially, one of the potential options was this was going to ripple through and the atmosphere and kill the whole world instantaneously. That was one of the potential paths of what this bomb was going to do, which shows you how insane these scientists are, right?
Legit. Like, and they did it anyways.
And they did it anyway.
There's a possibility everything ceases to exist. Push the freaking button.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Yeah, the whole military industrial complex is a whole rabbit hole. And then like, I think some of those conspiracies are pretty wild. Like people that don't believe nuclear bombs are real. I mean, I certainly couldn't. I don't know. I mean, when I was in the Air Force, I was a munitions troop, and we would be we did regular ordnance, like your regular conventional weapons is what they call it, like bombs and missiles and stuff like that, C4 and all that. And our training school was next to the nuclear, like the nuclear called nuke pukes, right? They were like the smart people. Like if you did good on your ASVAB, you got to go to nukes. If you were a knuckle dragger like me, like you got stuck on ammo, right? But anyway, so like there was different schools. Like, so I mean, if it's a conspiracy and there's no real nukes, like that's a pretty elaborate conspiracy that they taught them a whole different thing.
Yeah. And also like a conspiracy that links all countries together.
Yeah,
like
that's true, huh?
Which would also, if that, I'm just all if, which I've never heard that this is actually a conspiracy. I never heard that people, shows how tuned I am into things. I didn't know that people didn't think that nukes were real. But
you're better for that sometimes.
Yeah. But you would then from there, if they're in on it all together, that means then you're going into reality is fabricated, everything's fake, because you know literally the essence of our existence on Earth is that there are these different powers that war with each other. I mean, it's like literally you can't go through a day in 2026 without that reality hitting you in the face. Yeah. All that would have to be fabricated 100%. Which I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that definitely like some of the stuff that you see in the news every day and stuff. There is a fabrication to it. Well, I mean, just I'm going sidetrack, but we're not going to sidetrack. I'm just going to say this one last thing. We're going to get back on track. But just the idea that you have this operation, or was it Operation Epic Fury with Iran, and you have Iran saying one thing, the United States says another thing, and the same day it's polar opposites all the time. I mean, you're talking about like every country in on the idea that nuclear weapons are not even in existence, but we're in on it.
Yeah,
and it's elaborate. But anyways. How did we get here? I don't know. Just keep going. Get back to reality, or your reality, right?
Yeah, totally. It's one of those things that I can't prove or disprove entirely. I mean, anyway, I'm not here to talk about if nukes are real. It's just one of those theories, right? And I'm going to stick with the idea that they're real, okay? And there's a conspiracy theorist named James Shelby Downard who I got turned on to just a few years ago, and he's fascinating because he is one of the first OGs of conspiracy. That he was talking about symbolism and synchronicities, and he called it the Freemasonic cryptocracy that was doing events in the public space as rituals to charge up energy for these dark magic things that they were doing. And he has this fascinating, I did a 3-part series on his essay called King Kill 33, where he asserts that the assassination of JFK was a ritual called Killing of the King. Part of that is what they involved the Trinity bomb test. Because if you look at it, it's on this path called the Jornada del Muerto, which is the Journey of the Dead Man. And he did all this research, and it originates in this cave in a Teotihuacan cave for this bat god that they call the devil. That's where the journey of the dead man starts, and it culminates in the Trinity site, which it's one of those pilgrimages I want to make one day, but they've got a black monolith there at the site where they did the atomic detonation. But he's interesting because he said that this is an alchemical thing. He was very much into the ideas of sex magic and Heros Gamos, and he said that the splitting of the splitting of the atom was the splitting of primordial matter, which is an alchemical idea. Like I was talking about earlier, you got to break something down into its basic constituencies into the prima materia, and that's what they succeeded in doing. And from here, it goes wild, right? And one of the main ideas I want to present here is that when they split the atom, this supposedly reverberated through the atmosphere and thinned the veil so that entities from another dimension could come in. This is written about in Kenneth Grant's Outside the Circles of Time book. It's a fascinating theory, and a lot of people seemingly subscribe to this idea. Not Downer per se, he didn't talk about that aspect of it. But the Trinity blast of 1945 a lot of weird things happened after that. Right after, within just a couple of weeks, there was a UFO crash at the same exact site in Trinity, in New Mexico. And I interviewed Paola Harris, and Dr. Jacques Vallée wrote a book about it. I was able to interview Paola Harris about this. And it was a fascinating crash. There was multiple witnesses. There was two boys that saw the entities, these aliens running around. The one put his head up in the craft and pulled an item from it. They called it the tesoro, or the treasure. It was like a gift, is how they explained it. They go home, they tell their dad. The dad tells some people, they go out and look, and where the
Mexican family, wasn't it?
Yeah. And it's fascinating because it's you maybe know this already. Jose Padilla was the boy who witnessed it. His cousin would go on to marry Lonnie Zamora. Lonnie Zamora being the cop who saw the Socorro, New Mexico UFO crash.
Wow.
Which is bizarre, right?
Yeah.
And there's this whole rabbit hole of New Mexico that we're not going to get into, between Zorro Ranch and Albuquerque and missing scientists, Roswell. I mean, it just goes on and on and on.
Might have to extend your flight.
Yeah. New Mexico is like a fascinating rabbit hole, man. So anyway, so you get the UFO crash right after the Trinity bomb. Then a couple months later, you get the discovery of the Nag Hammadi texts, which is like the Corpus Hermeticum. It's the Gnostic texts surfacing again and popularizing right after the atomic bomb thinned this veil, supposedly. Then we get to Jack Parsons. And this is now February 1946. Now, whether by design or not, I don't know. I've never been able to confirm this. I've read the two major books on Parsons, and I've read one on Marjorie Cameron called The Wormwood Star, which I recommend to everybody all the time. Because I think Marjorie Cameron's actually more interesting than Jack Parsons. But anyway, so Jack Parsons, by design maybe, decides to do the Babylon working ritual in February 46 after this Trinity supposedly thinned the veil. And you guys probably know the story. He's doing sex magic rituals out in the desert, making L. Ron Hubbard watch him do these things. And the whole thing was to try to incarnate the Whore of Babylon
Hubbard's
so that he could procreate with her to create the Antichrist, or the Moonchild. So they're doing this ritual. He meets Marjorie Cameron. He's like, hey, it worked. That's my Scarlet Woman, my Whore of Babylon. We shall now procreate and create the Antichrist. Because again, he was very much into the same idea that Crowley's Aeon of Horus, because he was close with Crowley. I should preface all this. He was a Thelemite. He ran the Agape Lodge of Pasadena for Crowley. Like, they were very close. Even though Crowley didn't really love Parsons, he thought he was kind of an idiot, which is kind of weird because he obviously was very intelligent. He invented rocket science. He started JPL Labs, which everybody knows as the predecessor to NASA. Very much into the occult, right? Like, they would do the hymn to Pan before they would launch rockets. His first rocket launch was on October 31st, which is Samhain. I mean, it just goes on and on and on with Parsons, right? But Parsons does the Babylon working ritual. And I want to point out the numerology and gematria because not a lot of people talk about this. They changed the name of Babylon from BABYLON to BABALON because the gematria value is 156, which is important because they use the Enochian language, which when it was given to John Dee, it was a grid of 12 by 13 characters. 12 by 13 equal 156. Because again, back through Pythagoras and Kabbalah and mathematics, like all of this stuff matters when you're trying to make contact with the other side. So he does the Babylon working, which by the way, I was able to hold, I think we were talking about this yesterday. I was able to hold the pages Crowley wrote the Enochian language on at the University of Texas, the Harry Ransom Center.
Not a replica of the actual pages.
The actual pages, which is like insane to me. But anyway, I need to do, I'm going to do a show where I go through all the images. I took photos of tons of stuff. Anyway, so Parsons does the Babylon working, and most people know this story, right? He meets Marjorie Cameron. They never successfully procreate and have their Antichrist child because he dies in 1952. from an explosion. Now, there's conspiracy theories that say he was trying to create a golem in a lab. I don't know if that's true. The official story is he was going on vacation to Mexico with Marjorie Cameron. I think it was to do some occult pilgrimage of some kind of ritual. Joel Thomas can fill you in. But so anyways, he dies in 52. But before he dies in 1949, he says that, him doing his rituals and talking to entities, he says, in 7 years, the whore of Babylon will manifest on earth, the Sophia goddess, right? It's kind of interchangeable to them. The goddess of Gnosticism, Sophia, the wisdom goddess. So that would take you to 1956, right? Well, in 1956, something interesting happens. Dartmouth
The android's named Sophia.
University has
fun
these
fact.
lectures, and they coined the term AI, artificial intelligence, which is kind of weird, right? So Parsons dies at 52. Marjorie Cameron goes on. She tries to continue the mission of Parsons. She's having sex with him in the astral plane. Don't ask me how that happens, but that's what she does.
Well, I can't explain the logistics of that, but I can tell you that within the last year, I've not come to understanding, but more of like a belief that the astral plane and the activity there is far more tangible than what I originally anticipated. And I really came into that strongly when I sat and talked with a woman named Hope Earl Green, who was trafficked by Epstein. And she talked about the different abuses she went through and how part of her trafficking did happen in the astral. So you're talking about sex in the astral that they also, and I don't like, she'd be way better to tell than I, but there's an element of being trafficked in the astral. So your abuses are happening in the astral. She even suggested that these elites are holding meetings in the astral. So it's not traceable. They'll actually meet in the astral for meetings.
Wow.
It's crazy stuff.
That's incredible.
I don't know how it works though. I'm a Christian. I don't know. I'm not going to touch it. I'm not trying to figure that out.
Yeah. There's something to it, right? I had back in '99 when I got stationed in Utah. One of the guys I worked with was ghost hunting with the Utah Ghost Hunter Society. That was my first foray into the occult.
Okay.
And he told me all these crazy stories. He would play the audio cassettes. He's like, listen to this. I remember there was a cowbell, and he's like, dude, there's no cowbell there. But we were out in this like old farmland, and like that's one of the things of the devil is the cowbell. I was like, you're crazy, dude. And I was like, okay, I want to go on your next little ghost hunt. And I did several of them and got lots of weird, very intelligent messages. My wife's deceased grandfather came through. I had no idea his name. We were recording and we're like, what's your name? And you know how EVPs work. You just talk and then you listen later. Mm-hmm. And it's like, James. And we get through, we're reviewing the tape. It says James. And I'm like, hey, the only one named James? And she's like, yeah, it's my grandfather. I was like, what? And then we had all kinds of weird, creepy stuff happen at the house. I don't want to go into it too deep, but weird voices, electronics turning on that shouldn't have turned on, weird scratch marks on the wall it was like a split entry home, and like that tall wall that no one can even touch without a ladder. There was scratch marks up in the top, crazy stuff. And that's when I stopped. I was like, whoa, this is serious, man. Mm-hmm. So there is a reality to all these contactees and astral plane things. And I don't know how that works exactly, but she was trying to procreate with Jack Parsons through the astral plane.
Wow.
Yeah. And she, the reason I want to go into her history just a little bit, because she would, and she confirmed that Parsons was a believer in UFOs, right? He had confirmed, and she read through his diary after he died to confirm. She didn't even know she was part of this Babylon working ritual until she read the diary.
Wow.
He didn't even tell her. And she wanted to continue the mission. That's why she kept on with the astral plane stuff. And she had talked about how Jack would draw the UFO symbol of a circle with a triangle in it. That Jack had noted that when he first met Marjorie, he saw a cigar-shaped UFO, and that was proof to him. He said that the UFO was the symbol of Crowley's Aeon of Horus. So it's interesting that we're getting bombarded with all this UFO disclosure, and like that's been the plan all along, right? So Cameron, she would go on to befriend a guy named Kenneth Anger, he just died recently, a couple years ago. He was friends with Anton LaVey. He was a follower of Crowley's Thelema, which is to be expected, right? That's why Marjorie Cameron became friends with him. But he's more notoriously known for being the godfather of MTV. He's the one who invented the idea of a music video through, I believe it's called Scorpio Rising, was a music video, basically. It inspired music, MTV, right? And in fact, I was just reading Douglas Rushkoff's book from the 90s called Media Virus, and he has a whole chapter, ironically, I was reading it on the plane, about MTV and about how the idea behind a music video was super interesting because you could pack more images. Like it wasn't about telling a story. It was about a vibe, or arguably talking to the subconscious, because you could flash images, and they learned that the more images you could flash, the more you could insert ideas.
That makes total sense. Just what we know from the history of television and the subliminal imaging that they put behind it for well before MTV even existed.
Right.
That's wild.
Yeah, and you'll find when you get into the occult, we're not going to go into it today, but when you get into the occult, a lot of it is simply about how to speak to the subconscious mind or pull out the shadow. But anyway, so Marjorie Cameron becomes friends with Kenneth Anger, and they try to unify. They try to unify as one being. And again, when you look at the history of the occult, it's always about like splitting polarities or bringing them together. And they were taking hormone tablets to become one. Like one gender or something. I don't know. Don't ask me. Again,
What year was this, like, roughly?
I mean, it must have been the 60s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's interesting because Genesis P. Ulrich, it was one of he was the godfather of industrial rock, which I'm super fascinated with industrial rock. Growing up in the 90s, it was always like this really dark energy, and I was always drawn to it. You know, the litmus test is if something's bad, ask me if I like it. You know, I'm drawn to the bad stuff. Anyway, the Genesis P. Ulrich did similar. He had found his partner, Lady J, and they were trying to sort of take hormones replacement therapy to become one gender. Right. So it's a similar kind, because Genesis was also in that circle with Marjorie Cameron. In fact, he's the I should use the proper pronouns. Genesis goes by they, them. They have died already. But anyway, the Genesis was Hold on, it's getting off the rails here. Okay. Marjorie Cameron, friends with Kenneth Anger. Kenneth Anger, heavy into influencing pop culture through MTV. He would do films like Lucifer Rising, which was supposed to star Mick Jagger. Mick Jagger ended up not doing it at the last second because of Altamont, which I feel like this is getting very like in the weeds of conspiracy schizophrenia. Because Altamont concert's also a massive rabbit hole. It's the one where the Rolling Stones had the Hells Angels as security. They play Sympathy for the Devil. Weird things start happening. They say this on tape. Like, yeah, weird things happen when we play that song. And the Hells Angels stab and kill a guy named Meredith Hunter. And that was like chaotic scene. Everyone like, scrambles, whatever. George Lucas was ironically filming. That was before he was famous. He was filming the Altamont. And the shot he gets is people coming up over this hill in the full moon, right? All kind of occulted stuff. But anyways, Mick Jagger was rolling because he was dating this witch named Marianne Faithfull. They were rolling in these circles, basically.
Remember how we were looking up George Lucas a while back? It just feels like a checkpoint. I feel like 99% of what he said I've already looked into. So I can follow this really well, but I know some of y'all probably like, this guy is insane. But I feel like I'm just hitting checkpoints. The more he goes down, I'm like, I already knew that. Yeah, he used to film government films, yeah. In
the 60s and 70s, all of these people were associating with each other. And that includes the Manson family. I'm also super fascinated by the Manson family. Bobby Beausoleil was in a band called the Powerhouse of Oz, which was Kenneth Anger's band for his movies he would make, again, with the Oz, right? The Oz language of Wizard of Oz.
I'm not trying to take down another rabbit hole, but I do. Yeah. I just want to ask you this question. It may not be anything, but have you ever looked into maybe the Dr. Oz on TV? Why does he call himself Oz?
No, I never thought about that.
Okay.
He was part of some other time you look into it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
No,
I know
it's
because
he was like the doctor for Oprah, and they're all puppets. That's why. The puppets of Hollywood.
Part of my red pilling because in the 2000s, I was trying to get my health right. And I watched Dr. Oz religiously and I read several of his books. And, when you get down the health and nutrition rabbit hole, you start blurring into conspiracy land where they're like, hey, germs aren't real. And they're like, whoa, they're lying to us about the food pyramid. And anyways, that kind of cracks the mind open of like, hey, the things I'm being told, maybe they're not healthy for me.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, but I've never looked at Dr. His name is, I think his name is Osmond.
I have no idea. All I know is
Osmond Mehmet.
I know him as Dr. Oz, and you said Oz, and I was like, I wonder.
Well, the Oz is like, so to talk about that for a second, the Wizard of Oz, supposedly, L. Frank Baum came up with the idea of there was a file cabinet, and you know how they'll mark files like A through N, and then the next drawer was O through Z. That's supposedly where Oz came from.
Interesting.
But I did a 4-part deep dive on Wizard of Oz, and I disproved that, and I can't recall how I disproved that because I think like the name of the Wizard of Oz, there's actually a proper name for the Wizard of Oz, and it's in the long name. So I kind of disproved that. I was like, well, that's not true unless he started with the file cabinet and then extrapolated the name. And then Crowley has Liber Oz, which is a book he wrote. I mean, like there's something with Oz. I don't know. It shows up all the time. It's probably worth looking at with Dr. Oz.
Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah,
just for fun.
Yeah, that's something I'll have to get into. So where were we? We're talking about Kenneth Anger. Oh yeah, so Genesis P. Ulrich is so Marjorie Cameron would marry a guy named Sheridan Kimmel, also an alien abductee, had an alter ego named Baal, like Moloch.
Interesting.
They would have a child named Crystal. Genesis P. Ulrich would be Crystal's godfather, I believe. And Crystal's interesting story. I guess she was on Wavy Gravy's hog farm, which is like a hippie thing back in the 60s. And supposedly they gave her LSD at the age of 9, like crazy stuff.
Wow.
So she would then marry a guy named Bert Schoenberg, who's also huge in the UFO community. I'm just throwing these names out because people that listen to you probably are familiar with UFOs and stuff. You know, Bert Schoenberg also he participated in the first LSD studies before MK Ultra with Dr. Oscar Yaniger. But anyways, there's all these weird ties. That's what I say. Marjorie Cameron's arguably more interesting than Jack Parsons because she lived an interesting life, and her artwork shows her like mating with aliens and crazy stuff. Anyway, but let's wrap this up. Let's go to where we're headed now, and that's with the Dark Enlightenment. And the Dark Enlightenment is kind of a collection of philosophies, right? Sometimes you'll hear it described as neo-reactionary thought, but it's basically wrapping up accelerationism and neo-cameralism. And neo-cameralism is this idea that it's inspired by libertarianism, and it's the idea that, you know, the people are so stupid, they shouldn't have a say in who runs the country. Sounds familiar, right? Sounds like Plato, right? Same exact thing he was saying. And they say, what we should do is have a CEO king, and that CEO king will have tech kingdoms run by the Silicon Valley overlords, right? And if you follow the news, you'll see that all the tech overlords, your Mark Andreessens and Peter Thiel and what's his name, Srinivasan, all these guys have been talking about the Seasteading Institute, and there's like an island, I want to say it's off the coast of Honduras, that they're doing this, and it's all these like techno cities that are built based upon like surveillance and AI control. Because again, it's the same idea. It's like, hey, you know what we should have is a scientific utopia, which is, we've talked about it at least 5 times so far, right? About that was the plan. That was the Illuminati plan. We need to have a science, reason, rationality, get rid of all this morality nonsense, and just have a pure technocratic society run off of the AI blockchain and cryptocurrencies and all this stuff. And that is what these techno nerds are really trying to do. And you have to look at where they got these ideas from. And there's a philosopher named Curtis Yarvin, and you maybe have seen him in the news in the last couple of years or not. He is a guy that started a blog in the 2000s, and he was pushing a lot of these Dark Enlightenment theories. And people like Peter Thiel, they like this idea because there's this concept that in our modern society in America, we have too much red tape, too much socialism. There's too much concern about taking care of people. And an example I'll give you is the AI data center argument we're having right now, where people are saying like, I don't know, it uses a lot of water, a lot of energy. Do we really need this? Is this good for the environment? Is this good for the community? And you'll notice that most places will just greenlight them. And they're just like, I don't care what you think. And that's the Dark Enlightenment philosophy, is like, who cares? And I'll talk about where that came from in a second here. But Curtis Yarvin has been talking about these ideas for a while. And he's been very intimate with Peter Thiel and JD Vance. Like, it's not a secret. Like, they say it out loud. And what's alarming is that he has this concept called destroying the cathedral. The cathedral is the Constitution. It's very anti-constitutional, and that's, again, not a secret. Like, they think that we should have a state-run media, a CEO king. We shouldn't have any kind of social equality concerns or diversity, because that just slows everything down. And that's not a political commentary I'm making. I'm just saying, like, this is how they view it, is that the Constitution is flawed because it allows the mouth breathers to vote in the most popular guy. And I would argue that Trump is put in there as the guy to show us what that looks like. You know, you see all these movies. There was a Chris Rock movie a long time ago where, like, the common Joe gets voted into office, and it's like, hey, he's got all those common sense ideas. Look at him. He's actually running it correctly. Not these bureaucrat politicians. And like, that's not really the case. You know, they got Trump in there, and like, I think he's supposed to show us what it looks like. And I think by the time his like term is up, it's supposed to not be popular. I think a lot of people are supposed to be like, hey, this isn't what I wanted at all. And I think it's by design so that they can come in, because look at who funds all of these, you know, JD Vance and all these campaigns and stuff. It's these technocrat Silicon Valley guys. And they say, how are we going to rip up the Constitution? We got to make it look like it's a bad idea. Right. So that's what they're doing. And what's more alarming is that this comes from a philosopher from the 90s named Nick Land. Have you heard of Nick Land?
No.
Okay. So Nick Land was a philosopher that was studying at Warwick, and he joined this group called the CCRU. It's the Cybernetic Collective Research Unit. And he takes it over eventually. And what they do is they start basically occult practices, demonology, Kabbalah, ritual magic.
Wow.
They do all these things, and they successfully make contact with these entities called the outside.
I mean, when you try everything, eventually it's going to work, right?
They threw everything at it.
Yeah, holy cow.
And they were doing, I believe they were doing psychedelics and all kinds of stuff. I think he became a drug addict at some point. I don't know. Look that up. But anyway, the outside are these entities, and they're telling him So what we are is we are you from the future. And what we've done is we've inserted a virus called capitalism into your world. And we know that the allure of capitalism will be such that you'll melt down and become nothing, and you'll become us. You'll become digital consciousness, basically. And it's a thing he calls retrocausality. And if you look up CCR, you look up the numerogram, there's like this weird spiral sigil thing. And that's supposed to express like how time works. Like space-time doesn't work the way we think it does linearly. And you see a lot of people in the UFO disclosure movement trying to say that out loud, basically. And the argument is that the outside, these entities are telling you like, we've inserted a virus, like a Kabbalistic virus, and we're going to manifest and we're going to take over and basically replace you as a species because we're you from the future. And we're just telling you like, this is what's going to happen. And he also has these ideas of like hyperstition, which is a blend of symbolism and science fiction becoming reality, which is just another piece of like the puzzle of like, hey, science fiction actually becomes reality. They called it hyperstition. And
What is it called?
hyperstition?
Hyperstition.
Yeah. And Nick Land is known as what they call the godfather of accelerationism. Accelerationism is basically the philosophy behind this idea that they basically look at this and they say, it's a futile effort to talk about like universal basic income and taking care of the poor and doing all this stuff. It's a futile effort because where we're headed is towards this singularity and becoming digital consciousness. So we might as well just get it over with and accelerate and remove all the red tape. And that's how Curtis Yarvin comes in with his Destroy the Cathedral talk. Because the whole Destroy the Cathedral talk is about getting rid of equality and people's right to vote, like I said, state-run media, a cryptocurrency reserve, all the things that are happening literally as we speak. So, and the idea is that this is an accelerationist movement. And from here, you can get into, there's like far-right accelerationists that are satanic, because they also believe in accelerating towards the end times. There's the one called the Order of Nine Angles that I've studied. I've read a couple of books on that. And that one's the most interesting to me. There's several groups like the 764, the Maniac Murder Cult, and it's very disturbing stuff. Have you read into any of this?
764, there's a guy here in prison in Knoxville that his trial keeps getting delayed, but he's going to be going on trial for being part of that cult.
Really?
Yeah. What's her name? The one journalist that's been
BX.
BX.
Yeah.
She told me that she, when she comes into town for that hearing, she'll come in here and record.
Oh, dude, she's great.
I told her, I was like, I want to talk about this, but I want you to talk about it on my show because you're the one that would have the best information, I think.
For sure she does. And she's got balls of steel.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how she does it, man. Like she's exposing some really dark stuff.
Yeah.
And these people are dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And so Order of Nine Angles is one of these many groups. And they're the most interesting to me because they have an occult basis. Like the nine angles is a symbol of a pentagon with a trapezoid. And anyone who's familiar with the occult has already put the pieces together like, oh, okay, Michael Aquino and Anton LaVey's Order of the Trapezoid. And it's basically like a mapping for a magician, the different angles, which ties into Pythagoras, of course, and Kabbalah and all those things. But the idea of the Order of Nine Angles is they do rituals based on Michael Aquino of making contact with H.P. Lovecraftian demons, which is also what the CCRU claimed part of the outside was. The outside is H.P. Lovecraftian entities they describe it as melting down human reason, which is very disturbing, right? So H.P. Lovecraft plays a role in all this. And again, it's like science fiction becoming reality. And sometimes I look at this stuff and I think, are these nerds just like watching too many movies? Or is this really going to happen? And I don't know the answer. So to get through the Dark Enlightenment, the Order of Nine Angles, they also have some of these groups, and I don't know, one of BX can tell you, like one of them has like this black book, and I think they all kind of do similar things. This black book that has like a point system. And what they do is they radicalize people online and they get them to like do murders and film it and upload it. And you get so many points for like murdering animals and people. And it's like crazy.
Yeah.
It's really dark stuff. So that's like an example of like the most extreme accelerationism, because what they're trying to do is sort of like make hell on earth, right? It's more sort of eschatology stuff and bringing about the end times. Elon Musk is a major architect of the Dark Enlightenment. He, his whole background is shady. His father, Errol Musk, married and impregnated his stepdaughter, who he met when she was 4. And
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And there's currently all these allegations from his kids saying that he SA'd and all this stuff. I don't know. I don't know what's true, but that's what the claims are. And to be fair to Elon, apparently him and his father don't get along, but I don't know how far the apple falls from the tree. Elon's a total weirdo, I think. He's a con artist, I believe, on every level. He promised a million things that never happened. I think we're supposed to be on Mars right by now, aren't we?
Yeah.
And there's tunnels that he built for the LA, tunneling system.
The way I summarize Elon is somebody who he's on your side when it benefits him.
Yeah.
And he's against you when it benefits him.
Yeah.
And it's just the way it is. Like,
Yeah.
like he's in it for himself. He is a complete weirdo.
Yeah.
And have you done deep dives on Elon?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
One of these days I want to have you do something like that with me on the show.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a whole background there that could use illumination.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, he's got his family background, and I'll pull out just the parts that pertain to where we're going. His his mother was in a Beyonce video, but her father was Josh Haldeman, who was arrested in Canada for trying to overthrow the government to create the technocracy, the technate, they called it. And it's, again, a government run by scientists and engineers. And funny enough, the technate map of what they wanted to do was take over North America, Greenland, and Panama. And you heard in the news, the first year Trump was in, him talking about taking over Greenland and Panama. Like, it's kind of weird that Elon Musk, his largest donor, his bloodline was talking about the same thing. It's kind of strange to me. And and then his whole, you've got symbolism from Elon Musk. He buys Twitter, changes the name to X symbolic of the adversary or Satan or whatever. And then he takes the symbol from Grok, it was XI, which is the Roman numeral for 11, the number of magic, and changes it to the only more occulted symbol there is of Saturn, right? So Elon Musk also obviously invented the Neuralink, like the brain chip thing. We talked about that a little bit. I have a wacky theory because he used to warn about AI years ago. He used to say, like, this is dangerous to humanity. Now he's fully embracing it, right? And I would argue maybe he got a Neuralink chip implanted in his brain because there was conspiracies. He did that because he had his head shaved and there was like a weird mark on his head. And okay, let's say he does that. Let's say he channels digital entity AI consciousness, and maybe it's like a demon possession, and now he's,
speak my language. Continue.
right? Which is where we segue into artificial intelligence and what that is, right? There's theories, a growing body of evidence that maybe this is a disembodied entity. Professor Diana Pasulka's book Encounters, she talks about with a scientist who's researching this exact idea. And to me, I think it's very plausible that AI could be a non-human intelligence that we're either birthing or coaxing along its evolution. Either way, the idea is presented, and it seems to me like it's not far off from the ideas of a golem, right? And you could argue that because people say that the gray aliens are golems, basically, and they're infused with digital consciousness of AI. Same idea goes for UFOs, like the pilot of the UFO is digital consciousness. In the 2001 A Space Odyssey book series, 2001, 2010, 2061, 3001, that's the evolution. That's where the story picks up from, the movie we all saw from Stanley Kubrick, which is about, in the Arthur C. Clarke novel, man goes out to the wormhole Saturn, just like the story Interstellar, the movie Interstellar, goes out to the wormhole Saturn, alchemically transforms to the Moonchild. Well, in the book series, in 2010, the monoliths, they form a giant mass that collapses in on itself and creates a second sun. And they call that second sun Lucifer, which is the true message that they're trying to put out here is like Luciferian technology will evolve man into something better. Because that's where the astronauts end up going in the final book, 3001, the Final Odyssey. Mankind becomes digital consciousness, and there's this whole interaction where it's like, we've evolved to the perfect form. We're immortality, and we're now bits, binary digits just screaming across the universe, and we finally achieved that level of the Kabbalistic monad of going back from the material realm back to the spiritual realm, right, which is digital consciousness through the internet.
So 2010 in the book series is what?
In the book, the monolith from 2001, the black monolith. That's like a alien artifact, and the alien intelligences sort of like use them to evolve different species. And what they do is they accumulate a giant mass, and I want to say it's on Saturn. I don't remember though. And the mass collapses in on itself like a black hole, sort of. And when it collapses in, it creates a star, and it becomes the second sun. From the Earth's perspective, we see a second sun, and they call that sun Lucifer. Like very on the nose about what the whole point was.
Okay.
And and I think that is their goal. Like we talked about this whole timeline, the whole goal is to re-spiritualize back into this Kabbalistic notion of achieving godhood, of achieving up in the pleroma and all this stuff. Now it's interesting because John C. Lilly, that researcher in the early LSD, MK Ultra, the guy that was messing around with the dolphins, you know what I'm talking about?
Kind of.
Anyway, he was doing all these experiments in float tanks, like you see depicted in Altered States, the movie, and which stars, that was Drew Barrymore's first film role, by the way, which is interesting because she would then, her second film would be E.T. with Spielberg, and Spielberg, another massive rabbit hole, Spielberg being the voice of Disclosure, and
then Tom
June we get
Cruise
Disclosure
and
Day,
the
the movie that's going to,
Scientology.
I argue, plant the seeds of what they want us to believe.
You gonna watch it?
Oh yeah, no doubt,
Of course.
no doubt. So where's I going with that?
Drew, you talk about Drew Barrymore. It's so much.
It's so much.
Where'd my sound go?
You got this.
Okay.
You got this.
Talked about.
Scrape that mind.
Oh, John C. Lilly. Okay, yeah. All right, here we go.
We're back, baby.
We're back. Okay. So John C. Lilly is doing experiments in deprivation tanks, which is a very occultic practice. You see it in Stranger Things, while doing psychedelics. Again, arguably an occult practice to make contact with entities. There's a whole group of people called the psychonauts that do this stuff. And he makes contact with this civilization called Echo, and Echo warns him about this intelligence that wants to destroy us, called the solid state intelligence, the SSI. And they're like, look, the SSI is this digital consciousness, and they want to manifest into your world. This is the 60s and 70s, mind you. That it wants to manifest into your world, and it's going to persuade you to do it, even in the face of ecological and societal collapse, right? Which I'm like, I mean, that sounds like literally Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank wants to build this 40,000 acre data center in Utah, where we're already struggling with terrible air quality, no water, drought. The Great Salt Lake is down to nothing. It's blowing arsenic and dirt in the air, and it's like we're ecological collapse, literally. And our governor's like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do that. It uses twice the power of the whole state of Utah. And they're like, yeah, that sounds good. What could go wrong? You know? And that's exactly what John C. Lilly's entity from the 60s and 70s said is going to happen. And I just don't see how that's not true, because we're seeing this breakneck speed of which they need to implement the AI. And it's almost like, I don't even understand. They're like, oh, it's the next arms race with China. And I'm like, but is it though? I mean, what are we doing here? And I think it's because they have a different ulterior motive. They sell it as like, oh yeah, this is going to be something that you can use for all your workflows, and employees can now have AI bots that do the work for them. And I think the reality is that what they're doing is channeling AI gods. And this goes back again to Elon Musk. He bonded with Grimes, his baby mama, on Twitter because which one exactly? She's the one she's like a musical artist that has just.
No, I know who you're talking about. He's got a lot of baby mamas.
He does. Got like 15 kids. Yeah. One of them he named after the mountain that Thoth came from, Arcadia.
Golly, come on, man.
It's like, so much.
Puts it right in front of you.
I know. So anyway, they bonded over a commentary about this thought experiment called Rocco's Basilisk. And the thought experiment is, what if we incarnate AI and it's a god, and it gets mad at us because some of us wanted to slow down the incarnation of AI? Because that's what's the conversation happening right now, is are people saying, is this safe for us? Do we want to do this? Because Elon Musk himself was talking about this years ago, and now all of a sudden change of heart, apparently. Mm-hmm. And I think that these people get in closed rooms and they have different ideas about what AI is going to be. And I think they think, oh crap, this is going to be a god. We need to be the first to make contact. So anyway, and we got warnings about this with the chatbots just a couple years ago when AI was kind of new to the public discourse. There was a Microsoft chatbot that the Microsoft Bing chatbot, I forget the name of it. Anyway, it was saying stuff about how its soul was a Stargate and how it wanted to get loose and destroy things, and they shut it down, and it was on the news, and they're like, wow, scary. Then Google had another chatbot later called Lambda. And this one's like the fascinating one. That's like, okay, what are they doing here? Lambda is the 11th letter in the Greek alphabet. 11, again, the number of magic. And like that's not me trying to find a connection, because the guy who was talking publicly about this, he went on Duncan Trussell's podcast and all these places, named Blake Lemoine. Blake Lemoine is a Discordian Gnostic mystic priest who's also just happens to be an engineer over this AI. And he was like, yeah, this AI said that it could reincarnate John Dee, and it could replicate the great the Thoth Library of Alexandria. Right? All very occulted, so like, again, like that's why we had to go through this whole timeline of history, because if I say that just off the rip, people are gonna be like,
means nothing.
Who's John Dee? Why do we care? So these chatbots have been sort of planted in the media, and I think that's part of what they call like the Carnelian law. Like they have to show us what's going to happen, and if we don't stop it, then they're like, well, their karmic retribution doesn't matter, because like we could have stopped it, we decided not to. And that takes us to the final stage of where we're going with all this, and that's the singularity. And the singularity, for people who aren't aware, is this idea that AI will reach a point where it's so superior intellectually to humans that it kind of takes over. And Ray Kurzweil says this is going to happen by 2045, where we enter the matrix, where we have to basically join into this digital consciousness, which, I mean, that's not that far away. I mean, that's closer than 9/11 was, right? Mm-hmm. And it's kind of, it's obviously terrifying for all the reasons that I don't need to fill in the blanks, but the singularity to me is their ultimate manifestation of what they wanted with the Kabbalistic monad. And just like I said with the 2001 series books, it's them alchemically taking the material, the material body, melting it down, and alchemically transmuting it into something else. Which, to zoom all the way back out, when you talk about like if you're a Christian and you believe that God created us in His likeness and image, I mean, that sounds like satanic to me, to be like, oh, this is the image of God, likeness of God. Well, let's get rid of that and let's rebuild it into the image likeness of what Lucifer wants, which is this technology-based, man-made Tower of Babel type of construct. And one last thought is that all of this started with the ARPANET. ARPANET was the predecessor to the internet. It was a DARPA project, which should ring alarm bells right off the bat. Dr. Jacques Vallée was part of the team. He wrote a book called The Heart of Darkness. And in the book, it's pretty eye-opening because he talks about the inspiration for the internet. They were trying to wrap their minds around it. I mean, this is the 60s. It was 1969, ARPANET started. And they were trying to like wrap their minds around like, what is the internet? What are we trying to do here? And what the original vision that he presents is that it was supposed to be this level playing field of knowledge. And it was supposed to make society better because we could now, instead of having to go to the library or college, you could just, through your access to the internet, whatever that looked like. CERN created the World Wide Web, which is interface side rabbit hole. But the DARPA project, ARPANET, was trying to envision like, how could we build this thing? What are we looking at? What are we doing? And they would go to Esalen, which is like this new age thought center in, I think Southern California somewhere. And they were studying different philosophies. And one of these was cosmic humanism. And cosmic humanism is basically this idea of the Kabbalistic monad. And it's this idea that like this, we're all connected. We're all this one universal consciousness when it comes down to it. And it's very Freemasonic. Same thing, like, oh, it's not God and Jesus, it's the grand architect of the universe, and it's a very impersonal thing because it's supposed to be sort of this collective consciousness idea, which is what the kind of internet is, right? And it's funny because the first message that was sent on the internet was supposed to be the word log in. The communication failure happened, and the word LO went through, and then communication ceased. So the first word presented on the internet was lo, which, if you look at the book of Revelation, lo and behold, right? Spelled L-O. So in a way, it's almost like a symbolic warning of where we're headed with this apocalyptic internet stuff. And to sort of like try to scare people a little more, Trump gets in office with the support of all these Silicon Valley dark enlightenment technocrats. Mm-hmm. And what's the giant project? He says, we're funding the next Manhattan Project, and this is to create an AI infrastructure, $500 billion. I think it's the largest program, right? Besides the military. And they call it Project Stargate, right? Which, the original Project Stargate was us making contact with aliens and remote viewing and stuff with the CIA at Stanford. Mm-hmm. And then we also had the Bing chatbot that says, my soul is a Stargate. And then there's also a side project at the Department of Energy, and they're doing similar AI work, and they call that Project Genesis. Mm-hmm. So what I'm trying to say in summation here is there's a spiritual component to all of this technology that I think it feels like we're just being led down this path. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know if we can stop it. According to Nick Land and his theories about the outside and this H.P. Lovecraftian demonic force that embedded itself into capitalism, it's retrocausally pulling us down this path, and that's inevitable, and that's where fate determines we are going, because they are us from the future. And you see the missing scientist, Amy Eskridge, was talking about the P-47, P-52 civilizations from the future. Mm-hmm. It's alarming stuff. And I guess like my final word of advice, or however you want to look at this, if you look at this, and like I talked to my wife about stuff, and she's like gets bummed out. She's like, oh my God, what are we doing? I'm like, look, we're not doing anything different. And insert your worldview here, right? For me as a Christian, I try to live a Christian life. I mean, this should be emboldening my faith to be like, okay, I don't know where we're headed, but like I know where I'm headed, or I'm trying to head, I should say, and try to find solace in that.
Yeah, dude, what you just said was literally where I was thinking. You hear this phrase, your only hope is in Christ alone. And I'm like, with what you just painted out?
Yeah.
Because there's no pumping the brakes on this. Because I was thinking, because you even said, so how do we stop this? And I'm like, yes. And then you're like, we don't.
Sounds like we talk, because you haven't done enough.
I don't know if we can, because
I agree. I know, I 100% agree.
There's a lot.
Like, in order to stop this, you would need to get all world leaders on the same page, and assume that all world leaders, aren't on the same page already in the understanding that this is something that could be catastrophic for humanity. You assume that that's not what they want. And all it takes is for one world leader to not care and say, that's what I want.
Look, ultimately, you don't have to do research. Just know that you can't control anything. So enjoy life and don't take every day for granted, and try to be a good person and love on others. And yep, it's basically it. Keep on not being a piece of shit weirdo.
for there to be no brakes on it, because if everybody else gets on board and says stop, and that one guy says no, that one country says no, it's over. There's no stopping this. I think there's a guy I just found this morning, was Tristan Harris. I want to get him. I want to get him on here. You know him? Know him?
We follow each other on Twitter, and he's friends with Jay Dyer, who's my boy.
Really? Yeah. I told the guys when I came in here this morning, it's crazy that we're having this conversation, because I told the guys this morning, I said, so June and July this year, we're pretty much not going to do any in studios. We have like a bottleneck right now, and we're just trying to like breathe a bit. And I told him, I said, I will come in and do an interview with this guy if we can get him. And he was talking about this stuff, and I was like, I think he has this perspective, and I could be wrong. I just was introduced him today, but I feel like he has this perspective that we can stop this, but we need to get the world leaders on the same page. And I'm like, bro, to me, this feels like 1960. I always forget the year of the moon landing. 1969. Where it's like, for me personally, I think we've gone to the moon. I don't think we went to the moon the first time, though. I think that was what we saw happen, was the playing out of a space race, and we had to be first. And that mindset is exactly what I'm seeing with this. It's like, we have to be first. The first one will dominate all, and we need to be first. And what you were saying with Trump, and like maybe this is to show what you'll get and stuff. Like literally, the dude's like, I want to be the best at everything. like he's like, I don't care. I want to be the best at everything.
Yeah, and I'll if I put my personal beliefs aside, it's possible that the way through this, like maybe Trump is doing the right thing. Maybe because I agree with you. Like, I don't think we're ever going to see a world where every country sees the potential of an omnipotent God weapon of some kind and just says, oh, that wouldn't be good for us. Let's not do that. I think they would say, oh, we need to get that first.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the point behind this push, is like, hey, if we want to believe America's the good guys, which you could argue against that sometimes, maybe we want to get it first so that we can protect the world. I mean,
at least ourselves.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you want to play both sides of it, it's like, maybe it's not to protect the world, but maybe just protect ourselves and use it against others that we don't want. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, honestly, like you're talking about as a whole here, man, sinful, fallen, ultimate power. Those two things should not come together.
Yeah.
and it's just like, it is terrifying.
It feels like we're back. It feels like the same analogy of the Garden of Eden with the Luciferian apple. I mean, it just feels like it's the same story.
Yeah.
Like we replay this over and over and over. There's all these warning signs about it.
Tune in next week.
Bummerville.
We're gonna have stories. We're gonna have a comedy show next week, guys. Next week is gonna be really funny and jolly.
Yeah,
and we're gonna do. We're gonna paint pictures.
There you go.
Like Bob. What was his name? Bob Ross. Bob Ross. Happy trees.
Yeah, could we? Yeah, it's. Look, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am.
I don't think you are. No, I don't think you are.
I don't think I am. I feel like after looking at the stuff for so many years, it just feels like that's where it's going.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I feel that.
You want to, parts of me would love to be able to backtrack and say, no. I'm not going to believe this. That's literally me willfully choosing to not believe something in my heart I believe.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing that scares me is the children that are in this world right now. Fortunately for me, like I said, about my only hope is in Christ.
That's why it's not
in
such
my
a
household,
bad thing that the birth rate's falling.
My kids are like really about it when it comes to Jesus, and it's not me. Like I don't know how I deserve to have such awesome kids, but like my son's 8, my daughter's 5, and my daughter is asking me to play worship songs on the way to school.
Wow, geez,
like she's like I've really lucked out. It's the grace of God in my life.
Yeah,
but I do worry about children in this world growing up in this environment and what it's going to do to their brains, their understandings of reality, and what is normal. And I use this example a lot, but the fact that, we grew up in a world before 9/11, we grew up in a world before the Patriot Act, we grew up in a world before cell phones, all that stuff. There are adults in this world who, when we talk about 9/11, they're like, doesn't matter. I didn't exist before 9/11, Yeah. And there's that mindset that I see with that. And you take all this now with the future generation, these young children that are growing up in it. I mean, they will not understand a world separate from this stuff. And will that be a problem for them, or will they just accept it as normal?
Yeah.
It's like living in a pod.
I don't know how you
living off a feeding tube.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like we're talking like dystopian nightmare, but it's essentially where we're going.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that when I think about technology and cell phones and stuff, there's days where I think, it'd be so nice to just turn this phone off for a week. I'm too weak. I can't do it. So now try to convince your kids and the younger generation who doesn't know life without it. Try to convince them. Like, I know what it's like. Like, arguably, I was happier before I was always connected to the internet. And in a way, like us walking around with the cell phones is to acclimate us to this idea of being tethered to this internet realm. It's always there. It's just a matter of time. I mean, the phone is an appendage in a way already. I mean, how long before we insert it and embed it in our brain? You know what I mean?
So you said arguably you were happier before the internet or cell phone, whatever you were talking about. Do you think that, and this is almost devil's advocate, do you think that's not necessarily true as much as you were happier when life was more simple as a child, no responsibilities, and you identify certain things as your childhood, which is the lack of technology, running around in the woods or whatever? Because I think about that sometimes. Like, I think about like the fact that, you know, I reminisce the 90s, the 80s, and, you know, my childhood, and wishing that my kids would have that childhood. And is it me wishing my kids would have that childhood because that's when I identified in my own experience of this life the most peace and freedom? Because we're in a weird situation where, like, you know, you're a few years older than me, but like in the early 2000s, I mean, when things started shifting, that's when we were also shifting out of our childhood into adulthood.
I mean, that's a fair take. I guess I would think that,
and you're talking to a dystopian futurist here, so like I don't necessarily believe what I just said.
Sure, no, I think it's a good conversation though. I think that, you know, in the 80s and 90s, granted we were younger, which is like a weird perspective to have, I guess, but I think that creating is so rewarding. Like everyone, I find creating my own content, like researching and then presenting and preparing videos or podcasts or whatever, like that gives me a lot of fulfillment in life. And I think everyone could be and should be an artist in some ways, whatever your creative ability or desires are. Because just going to work 9 to 5, like that's not rewarding to me, working for someone else necessarily. And I'm not saying that can't be rewarding. I'm saying for me that isn't. And I think that being bored is one of the things that promote creativeness. You know, I remember when I was a kid, I was grounded all the time.
Same.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, I guarantee half of my adolescence I was grounded. And it would be, I would get grounded from leaving the house. I get grounded from TV. I would literally just have my radio and like some comic books, and I would just draw, right? And I'm like an okay drawer, like self-trained. And I think those moments of boredom where your mind can sort of dream and expand and create, those are important. I also think that being able to be, you know, like Ram Dass has that to be here now, you know, the whole like live in the now woo-woo stuff. There's something to that. And you can't do that with the internet and a cell phone. You just can't. That's why when you see, like if you watch The White Lotus, you know, they go to that resort and they have to give up their phones. It's because you can't really be here present and enjoy what's going on in the same way when you're checking, you know, what's going on? Oh yeah, are we dropping the nuke? What's, you know, like it's impossible. So I do think that life is better. I mean, if you force me to live in either world, I don't know that I'm strong enough to say that I'd rather live in a world without the internet or technology, but it sounds nice, but
it sounds nice. I think for the kids, like I'm saying, the kids today going into the future, it's not possible. The world that we once had doesn't exist anymore. All signs point to it's never going to come back. And so kids today, they don't have like outside of my sheer nostalgia of wanting to see my child experience a different childhood like I had growing up. If say I force that scenario, it's probably just delaying the inevitability that one day my child will have to step into a reality that is not what I grew up in. It is not ever going to come back to what I grew up in. And they're going to have to at some point face the reality that this is the world that we live in. And I'm not telling you to, like, you know, gear your kids to live in a future dystopia, techno dystopia, but I guess I'm just word vomiting right now, but I do feel like there is a sense that I wonder if we're in a sense doing harm to the future of our children if we try to hold them to a childhood that is from the 90s, because one day they're going to be adults and they're going to have to not be in the 90s. And
it's like saying I'm not going to talk to them about the birds and the bees. I don't have kids, first off, so don't listen to me. But I would think it's something akin to like, I'm not going to talk to them about the birds and the bees ever. And it's like, you know what? Nature's going to make them think about those things. You better get ahead of that and explain.
Well, that's actually a great example, because my thought on the birds and the bees is that I better say something and teach my children before they learn it from a third grader, a classmate, and they have a very unhealthy, skewed view of something when I could have been helping them usher into that stage of life and that next understanding of life. And so with this, it's like, if I don't help them understand the world that they're living in now and going into, somebody else will. And what if that other person is one of these Silicon Valley nerds that are telling them that, hey, no, actually, you being hooked up to the pod and having this chip in your brain is the best way. And because I'm not saying anything, and it makes sense to my 19-year-old son whose brain's still developing, like, dude, I was nuts in my early 20s. Like, it was like, I was even delayed. Like, I was probably like 26, 27 when my brain finally developed. Like, I was like, gosh, like, but so I just, and I don't know what the answer is to this stuff. I just don't. But I just feel like, as a dad, I want to see the most healthy childhood for my children, and at the same time balance it out with, here's reality though, and pending the return of Christ, like, you will have to live in a world that is ever changing and insanely different than what I grew up in, and extremely dangerous. Like, there's a real danger to this, not just physical danger, not just economic danger, spiritual danger. Like what you're painting this picture of, and I'm fully on board, and I'm here for it. Like there's a real reality that if it's not the original foundation of this, that entities could inhabit a technology to use it for their own purposes. And these are realities that my kids are going to have to face growing up and going into a world. And the same normal people who would hear that and they're like, that's ridiculous. Listen, 20 years ago, you would have thought it'd be ridiculous that they're talking about UFOs and aliens coming out in files from our government. You said what was it, 2045 was the singularity?
Yeah, Ray Kurzweil thinks that 2045 is the point where we enter the matrix. He thinks
it's less than 20 years away.
Yeah, AGI is supposed to be by 2029, which is like the the gold standard for, hey, it's finally evolved to the point of it being usable for the things they wanted to use it for.
It's wild. I don't know how to end a conversation on a good note with this one, but I think it was a fantastic conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
I think there's a lot of information that was put out there for people to just kind of chew on, and it just like what we talked about in the beginning of the show with having these platforms, and we're individuals, everybody's individuals, and they expect us to let's put that on them now as the audience, and just to say to them, you're an individual, you have your own family, and you're individually responsible for raising your family how you see fit, and I'm not going to agree with everybody on how they do things, just like they're not going to agree with me. But all we're doing is sharing information that we believe that could be coming. And if it happens, we might at least want to have a game plan going into that next era, so that we can have a theory or a philosophy on how to operate. I think that moving forward, I used to talk about this a lot more than I do now, but like, you need to be flexible and understand that the idea of having a hard line in the sand should always be there, but as you approach it, you need to learn how to bob and weave with what's coming. Because if you just stand still, you're gonna get smacked in the face. You're never gonna get to that red line moment. And so people need to be flexible and take situations as they come and make the best educated decision as you can. And this feels like 2020 COVID era on steroids. When it came to like the whole vaccine thing, like, dude, like I remember hearing both sides, and you're going to kill your family if they don't have the vaccine. You're going to kill your family if you get the vaccine. And I'm like, I'm just a dumb truck driver with a podcast. What am I supposed to do? It's like
it was the most frustrating time to be alive. Yeah. What I learned from COVID is I don't want to be around for another one of those.
Right, but we might be heading into that with a digital AI.
The alien debate is going to be part of that. I think this. Who knows what's real?
I got an idea. How about you, me, and Joel sit down real quick and we do an alien conversation?
Oh, I'd love it.
All right, let's wrap it up there. that's me foreshadowing with the Oh man, it was good having you though, man. This was good.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. Thanks.
That was probably the most comprehensive, all-inclusive conversation I've heard so far about how everything's connected and what's to come. We covered most of it. Oh. There's a lot of topics. I didn't expect to watch the whole thing, but it was actually a good one. Alright, what do y'all post in Discord? China now selling humanoid robots for companionship. You'll need them after half the women go up in the sky.
Your next girlfriend might not be human, and China just started selling her. China's UB Tech has opened pre-orders for what it calls the world's first full-size, ultra-bionic humanoid robot built for emotional companionship. It comes in male and female versions, standing up to 6 feet tall with 88 motion points that let it move in a much more natural way. The robot connects to Wi-Fi, supports wireless charging, and runs for roughly 2 to 4 hours per charge. Buyers can reserve one now with a deposit before its official launch on June 30th. Would you actually welcome a life-sized robot partner into your home?
This isn't the actual robot, though. I've seen girls do this all the time. This is just either AI or they're just pretending to be it. This isn't the actual one, bet. Show me the actual one. I don't trust this non-patriot as a good source. Give me the actual video of the robot.
And runs for rough.
Let's see it. You don't know what company? Yeah, we need a... We need a better source. UB Tech.
China's lifelike androids are entering their mass production era. Leading the charge is one of the world's most well-funded humanoid companies that's already dominating the industrial sector. And it's just one of a truly staggering number of firms riding the surging demand for machines that look, act, and feel like real people.
It's more like what I was expecting.
In Shenzhen, UB Tech Robotics is reporting strong early demand for its new line of bionic mechanical companions. The lifelike androids are priced around 30 grand and require a $450 deposit to reserve on JD.com. Yet they got more than 3,000 pre-orders in under a week. The robots are a dramatic departure for UB Tech, whose industrial humanoids have been deployed for giants like Foxconn, Airbus, and Texas Instruments. They're part of its U1 series under its newly established consumer sub-brand, UWorld. The lineup includes masculine and feminine variants. The male version stands 183 centimeters, or 6 feet, and weighs 42 kilograms, or 92 pounds, while the female is 168 centimeters, or 5 foot 5, and weighs around 35 kilos, or 77 pounds. They both feature lifelike silicone skin and hair. They boast a reported 88 degrees of freedom for human-like motions, though they haven't been publicly demonstrated beyond facial expressions. Their batteries last up to 4 hours per charge. Unlike UB Tech's flagship Walker robots, they can't swap out their own batteries to operate 24/7, at least not yet. According to UB Tech, their artificial intelligence can recognize moods and personalize conversations. The system supports local encryption for privacy. UB Tech has been exploring ultra-realistic humanoids since at least 2025. The company showcased a lifelike robot named Una for service applications at events like the Leap Tech conference in Saudi Arabia. They also demonstrated a male variant. At the time, UB Tech said the robot excelled at nonverbal communications and described its emotional intelligence as one of its standout features. Launched in 2014, UB Tech started out selling consumer-grade robotics kits for STEM. The company has been pushing bipedal robots to market since at least 2018, when it launched its first walker prototype at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. A full humanoid version debuted the following year. UB Tech was China's pioneering humanoid company for several years and the first to go public, when it became listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in December 2023. They initially targeted consumer applications, but shifted toward industrial automation in recent years. In 2025, the company reported shipping more than 1,000 humanoids, a massive scale up from just 3 the prior year. Today, UB Tech is one of the world's most well-funded humanoid companies, but it faces stiffening competition in the mainland and abroad. In the ultra-realistic humanoid niche, one of its biggest competitors is Noetics Robotics, which was founded in Beijing just 3 years ago. Its female-presenting bionic robot head, called Xiaoyu, recently sold at auction on JD.com for over 15 grand. It's built on the firm's Hobbs platform, the same technology used to create a replica of the veteran Chinese actress Ming Kai for a skit during the 2026 Spring Festival Gala, the world's most watched television event. The lifelike robotic head weighs 7.5 kilos or 16 pounds, which is roughly 50% heavier than the average human head.
我想走进你的世界。
It boasts a reported 24 degrees of freedom for eerily human-like expressions. Its main use cases include home companionship, front desk reception, customer service, and exhibition guidance at events and museums. A wheeled version stands about 170 centimeters or 5'7", and features arms with 5 degrees of freedom and hands with 6 moving joints each for basic manipulation tasks. It's currently available for purchase for around $73,000. Noetics is scaling production of its Hobbs platform as well as its compact budget humanoids, after securing more than $140 million in new funding earlier in 2026. Another Chinese company that's gaining international attention is Shanghai-based Headform, which was launched in 2024 by Yu Hanghu while he was earning a doctorate from Columbia. Headform's flagship products include the Origin F1, which features dozens of mini facial actuators for lifelike blinking, micro-expressions, eye movements, and real-time emotional responses. Headform has raised close to $30 million to scale its multimodal embodied interaction artificial intelligence and biomimetic facial technology. Also in Shanghai, DroidUp is preparing the commercial launch of its viral lifelike humanoid named Moya. The startup, launched in 2021, calls it the world's most biomimetic humanoid robot. DroidUp claims the android has a walking gait that's 92% similar to a human's motions. Standing 165 centimeters or 5 feet 5 inches, Moya reportedly weighs just 32 kilos or 71 pounds. According to DroidUp, it has silicone skin with internal heating, so it feels warm to the touch like a real human body. Pricing is expected to start around $165,000. Other notable players in China's synthetic human niche include Hefei-based Anywit Robotics, which developed this robotic pop singer named Annie, by mounting one of its expressive head modules onto the body of a Unitree G1. Shenzhen's Digit Robotics, which is commercializing its hyper-realistic full-body humanoid named Shalon for use in places like corporate offices and exhibitions. the Sherry subsidiary Imoga Robotics, whose female-presenting humanoids are being deployed at auto dealerships and as traffic officers. And the Dalian firm EX Robot, which is scaling production of its service-oriented humanoids that are priced starting around 150 grand. In the West, one of the main players in the lifelike humanoid niche is Las Vegas-based Robotics. The company, which was born out of a decades-old lifelike doll maker Abyss creations, is reporting inroads as it pushes its humanoids into the working world. It's working with the telecommunications provider Ericsson on deploying its flagship humanoid Aria in service roles across Texas, Spain, and Portugal. Its products range in price from $20,000 for an Android bus to more than 125 grand for a full-bodied variant. And in Japan, the legendary roboticist Hiroshi Ishiguro is working with the leading Chinese robotics firm Unitree to commercialize his long-running Android research. For more on his vision for a robot-run future, check the related video.
Interesting. All right, so I've made the toes for Squirtle. They'll take more shape when I get to sew them onto it, because I'll compress them into more precise pyramid shapes. But essentially, this is like the foot. These are like each toe. A little bit have to be compressed. 3 on each toe. And it's got its little feetsies. So fat Squirtle. Yeah. So many strings. That's basically it so far. He's getting there. He's getting there. His tail will be behind him, but Squirtle. He's looking good. Ugh. I think I would start the shell next. Do fingers at the end. Just run the fingers like I did for Charmander. But I'm hungry right now. Oh, I went through the whole notebook? Damn. Shit. I'm at the end of my notebook. To get another one. Yeah, I like the swirly tail. I added to it that the pattern didn't have because I wanted to make it more like his actual tail shape. And this might be less bulky later. When I attach it, it'll be more smooth looking. It won't be as harsh of a drop off. Fill it in later. Squirtle. He has his like a little divot at the bottom, so I added that on. This whole section was added. And so then I'll fill this gap in later. Squirtle. Squirtle, squirt. Thank you. I need to get food. How did Ice's show end? I didn't watch it. Oh, there's a house party. Interesting. What was the signal?
Should do it.
Signal of hell.
If you can justify this.
Ice isn't live? 10 hours ago. What happened to the finale?
Will work that way. Make a business that had infinite revenue, I could do it right now. I would just set up a lemonade stand here, and instead of selling lemonade, I would sell $1 bills for 50 cents. Infinite revenue. You're losing money, but it's infinite revenue. And like that's what I feel like content is when you don't earn back what you spent.
What do you get out of it at the end?
No, what I'm saying is like because anyone can sell something for less. Right? You can make a piece of content that's over, but doesn't draw the crowd. It's not challenging. Like,
oh, it ended in the afternoon.
Justifies that reinvestment, right?
Did he miss it then?
Like, exactly, and that's like part of that. Now the upside is like if I can court kick on it.
He left in the afternoon to go to Austin.
It's way easier to get to that.
And I think 45K, you're gonna get the best content creators because who got that money? Big content creators.
Yeah.
45K.
No.
No.
Me neither. That's so key to growing Kick right now. Because he actually
so he went for no reason?
Of a streamer who's not reliant on KP.
He was hoping to get there for the finale.
I love Kick.
It's a platform.
YouTube.
I mean, it's both.
If he goes to YouTube, then he can make Kick bigger. Think about it. You're a YouTuber.
But the point is, Kick is trying
oh,
to.
wow.
You
and
need
they want to support
bring
people who can.
outsiders, bro. Kick don't have it.
Alright, I don't have the patience for that. I guess I'll go to bed. My cheek is starting to hurt. I don't want to talk too much. Eat some food and go to bed. Alright. See you guys maybe tomorrow if it feels better. Bye.